Uh-oh, something's wrong.
Yeah, that's weird.
My lights aren't on. Does that work? Yeah, it does. Although, this has moved such that you can't even see it anymore. We'll just put that there. There we go. Problem solved. All right. So hey everyone. Hey Hideo. Hey Water. So today is more of the same. All right. So edit com today, Tuesday. Adam is still trying to figure out how to make Faultland fun. Follow along here in this impossible to understand document. All right, so let's put this here. Hang on just a second. Okay. Yeah. So I got the link. Hey, Earlies. Okay. Cool. So this part about finding out that phases are meaningful, I was thinking, and this is easier said than done, but I need to apply that same level of analysis to what's wrong with the current version. So I've been thinking about a bunch of things actually. I think things to pursue. So conclusions from this proposal. I think one of them is it's definitely nice not to have to wait in a queue for people. Oh wow, what's wrong? You're analyzing the state of the arena and trying to find the counter. This all takes place very quickly after you're done. It would be nice if you had to explore, test strategies, etc. We could get this with phases. From the last games I played yesterday, I think the second point of the conclusion is not there yet. Oh yeah, trying to find the counter. Yeah. Although this isn't fully realized. Yeah, that's another thing that I want to write. This is the goal right now. Oh yeah, we get this for phases wherein you crumble the enemy's defense. Okay, then another thing is that there are some cheesy strategies that will, hey, Jidoya, that will probably win almost no matter what. Okay, and then let me also, as long as I'm typing into this document, let me set it up so that you guys can see as much as possible. There. Yeah, Adam, if you'd write a book, what text editor would you write it in? And would you save it in the cloud or local? Would you put it under source control? I think there are text editors that are much better for writing books than the stuff that I'd be using. I would probably use Microsoft Word at first, but maybe I'd do some research on what best to write it in. I think the more important thing with writing a book, not that I think this is really a serious question, but I think the more important thing with writing a book is getting your thoughts onto the page. And so whatever lets you do that, you can worry about editing and formatting and everything later. Cloud or local? I think I'd probably do both. And source control? That's actually a good question. I don't think people use source control for books. I think they have like file history. I'm not sure. WordPad, floppy, erase it each save. It's all in my head. All right. So there are some cheesy strategies that will probably win almost no matter what. This is what's at odds with the goal of the game right now. don't necessarily have to use strategy if artillery plus sensors is going to win almost every time. So what I'm thinking is this. There are some things we can do about this. So one is, yeah, potential solutions. One is to address the single phase of action. So it'd be nice if you had to explore, test strategies, etc., etc. I guess I need to shrink the size of the window now, huh? Oh, man. Okay, never mind. I need to shrink the size of the text. There we go. That looks better. Okay, so to address the single phase of action, but then the other thing about to address cheesy strategies. I don't know how I typed that wrong bold time. Strategies. We could prevent you from being able to use certain bots after they've been used too recently. In this way, you could get artillery on multiple bots and then use them. But after that, you'd have to switch to other bots unless you still had artillery available. This may just incentivize players to get an entire loadout of artillery. The other thing we could do is just try to balance what we have. So what I was thinking here is this. Let's say you had a really large arena again. So you went back to this sort of style. And everything was covered in fog. So like you couldn't see any of this area. And you didn't even know where the enemy CPU was. I think this does some things for the game. I think it does some bad things too. Could it be worth it to try the larger arena, more bots, more AI to maybe increase the level of strategy required to win? Yeah, and I think that could prevent these cheesy strategies too. Like, yeah, maybe artillery is just super powerful because there aren't a lot of bots there. For example, by increasing the life of the CPU, it couldn't be cheesed as easily. Yeah, and I think we got to come up with ways to test this. And like I said, there's a balance of prototyping thoroughly and just getting an idea for what's there to do. Because I think part of this too, one of my other conclusions is that it's hard to get in the right mindset for this. I imagine it's like real life combat training on dummies. You aren't getting a feel for the magnitude of your actions. In Botland, you currently have to imagine that you're playing against a defense that someone took time to set up. Otherwise, you just feel like you're testing the old style of the game. Would it be possible to change arena size on a scenario base instead of having to iterate through multiple versions of the game? Yeah, it would probably be possible to do that. I don't think that there would be one arena size in the end anyway. I think what would probably happen is that as you upgrade your computer, you would get a larger arena, and then you could start putting more things in it. I mean, right now, scenarios were just what I wanted to test, so I could always expand them if I wanted to. By increasing the life of CPU, it couldn't be cheesed easily. By expanding the size of the arena, perhaps, or adding, well, not adding fog of war. By expanding the size of the arena or allowing for more defender bots. Maybe these strategies. would die down. However, we would hope that good strategies would rise up. Otherwise, the game wouldn't be good. Now, there's one other thing, excuse me, that I think EJ talked about yesterday. Something about not playing against another player. I think it loses something when there isn't someone on the other side. So, what's interesting about that is that I think it might lose something, but there are very successful games that are founded on this idea of there was a player on the other side at some point, but not currently. Hey, Resis Tortoise. You can get one or two basic scenarios and have variation like smaller map, larger map, less AI, more AI, CPU with less life, CPU with more life. Oh, I see what you're saying. Test all of those variables. Hey, Zintonic. Yeah, and letting one other thing we can do is open this up to players. If you see that you're getting cheesed down by artillery, hey backslash. If you see that you're getting cheesed down by artillery, maybe you can upgrade the life of your CPU, something like that. See, if there was no CPU, I mean, yeah, that's another thing. We could just get rid of the CPU altogether. Hey, Frederica. Wait, no, you said call you Fred. I remember this. Yes. Hey, Fred. Ah, I make that list for a reason. Yeah. We may be missing something, but I think it's not missing something. More like removing something to replace it with something else. Lots of games do not have this interaction. And yeah, I know the document is very long. I have just been spewing thoughts onto this thing. Okay, we could just get rid of the CPU altogether and change the objective. Alright. Yeah, alright. So let me go grab some water. Normally I'm a little more organized when I start the stream, but things have been different around here. Oh, this is starting to chip. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. I fell asleep reading the doc yesterday. What's Botland's behind story? I think it could be easier, or at least help if you decided on a story and view and kept adapting gameplay to fit. So I think of it as the opposite. I don't think the story and the gameplay need to be very related. For example, if I was trying to come up with an RPG, whether it's going to be themed like Diablo or like Super Mario RPG, I don't think changes almost anything. Like sure, there's story points, and yeah, those would definitely change. Like whether you're fighting the devil or whether you're fighting Bowser. But whether there were skill trees or talent trees or like spells cost mana or they cost flower points or something, none of that matters. I think. But that's my stance on this because the way I look at it is gameplay can be totally separate from the lore and like why you're doing all of this. Now, if it's a helpful exercise for you, I definitely suggest that you come up with any backstory you want of like, did you ever watch, there was a show a long time ago. What was it called? It wasn't, oh man, what was, Reboot. That's what it was called. Yeah. Wow, 1994. Yeah. So, in this show, I'm not going to read this. I'm going to try to see if I can sum it up. There were characters who lived inside a computer, and every once in a while the person who owned the computer in the real world would play a game, and so this game would like take over a section of their real world, and they'd be playing this game, right? Well, if you picture Botland as something like this and that helps you out, then awesome, great. Like if you want to picture it as like people are going to a sporting event like they would now with football or tennis or something, then cool. But me, I like pursuing it from the direction of just gameplay, I think. Open these variables out to players. Yeah, Hideo's got the right story. So if you see that you're getting cheesed down by artillery, maybe you can upgrade the life of the CPU. Okay, so part of this is that perhaps artillery is just too powerful as it is. Maybe it needs more cooldown after being fired. And part of me wonders too, what if I just got rid of artillery entirely? Or sensors even. Or maybe sensors are what's too powerful. And I think part of this, okay, so let's take a look at what we got. Let me run everything. So I run the game and I'm like, oh look, here is my opponent. This is red as a tortoise right now. And I can see he set up a strategy where he's got a bunch of bots around his CPU. So first of all, since I can see exactly what he's got, and I'm like, oh wow, all of these can be beaten by Reflect, I could just put a Reflect bot in. Did I make a Reflect bot yesterday? Seriously, I didn't make one. Okay, well anyway, whatever. We're gonna put down these bots, I guess. So there, those are the bots that I want, and now we let them go perform the actions they need to perform, and like hopefully they win. And yep, they did. Okay, cool. So I won that game. Like, cool. I looked at what he did and I hopefully countered it. Part of that is I feel not very deep. And so what I was imagining yesterday was something where even if you had a really, so like right now the size of the arena is like this. The size of arena currently. What if we made it more like this? And then we cover part of this with Fog of War. So we would say fog is like here, but not here. This is like the dotted line where the fog stops. So now the things that this does, defender can hide their CPU and strategy almost entirely. You have to scout it out. Your starting positioning and strategy is almost pointless because you have no information. It's just kind of a weird thing. And then the other thing is you need bots to scout instead of just attacking. Which sounds like it's a good thing, but I don't actually think it's a good thing. A reload mechanic could help by increasing the cooldown or something. Yeah, I gotta close some of these. I've had a lot of these open for a very long time. And I think some of them are helpful and some of them are not at this point. Man, so many of these things. Alright, we can close this. Close that. Anything that looks too similar. Oh, yeah. This is a very accurate timeline of Botland. I forgot I drew that. All right. Yeah, some of these were pretty bad. Now we're coming up to today. That I can leave open. I probably want that. This is what I was just typing into. Programming scouting bots would be funny. I think so. Programming scout bots is not an interesting task, and it's something that they can't just be scouts. I got water on the desk. Hang on a second. They can't just be scouts. They have to be scouts and attackers, unless there's like some switching. I haven't seen Eternal Sunshine. I'll have to trust you that this is sad. Yeah, I don't like this idea. I like the idea of having phases. I think that's pretty good. But I don't know exactly what these phases would look like. Maybe defender bots are just very powerful. Okay, so exploring is almost definitely not interesting from an automation perspective. If you're expected to explore in multiple directions, then you could run into a situation where your bot has picked the wrong direction and then needs to backtrack, but it wasn't told to backtrack. It's more exploitative or AI that you would end up writing as a defender to be like, oh, I know that the enemy's unlikely to explore exactly this point on the map, so I'll put everything that's important right up there. Just think it'd be really silly. Guess we could increase bots' vision range. We could increase bots the sensor range of bots to mitigate this, but I still think it's uninteresting. So yeah, phases are. Hey, Ramy. I think you need to increase game length and cost. At the moment, not sure testing can be thorough with the game pace. It's faster to rush and play again than think about any strategy. Well, yeah, and so part of that is even if I increased it, the amount of time that a game lasted, your best strategy would still be to just like test things out repeatedly because you have no cost of doing it. And that's why I think this game would very much need a stamina concept, or just your bots are your stamina basically and you just keep running through them. I'm not sure. Since you would have anything on a pattern that makes you get the most info possible. Yeah, Fred, I just read your message now. I think that it sounds like, oh, that could be a fun thing to code, but most people are not going to be coding for this game anyway. And you would probably want to know what the optimal way of exploring is. So, like, why have exploring in the game, I feel. So not having any particular direction for the first phase would be a bad idea. Because it means that you aren't really making decisions for that phase. You're just putting the same bots down no matter what for every single match. That's a bad thing. That's a very bad thing, I think. In a strategy game, if you start every single game out the same way, that's a bad thing. And like, well, I guess I should say this. It should differentiate from other games pretty quickly. So in StarCraft, yes, every single game starts out by people taking the minerals next to them. Like, I guess very few. There are some times where they like lift off an expansion and go over to the high yield expansion or something like that. But like 99.9% of StarCraft games, it's like, hey, there's no decision at the beginning. In fact, I think they might have even made it so that your workers just auto harvest since you want to do that anyway. And then after that, yes, then you have a decision. So within the first second of StarCraft, everyone does the same thing. And then after that, like, yeah, you could build a building, you can go scout, you can pick different orders and everything else. So I think this whole thing of like, if you have the same decision for the first phase, then there's an entire phase of the game that might take like 30, 40 seconds that's playing out pretty much the same as it does every other time. So I don't like that. Increasing complexity could add length in a fake way by just having more bots, more bot types, larger arena. This could be implemented, like you said, with the phases, but not sure just only phases would be better. Yeah, and I think this is what's important here is coming up with what would phases give us. So if we wanted phases, I think the problem was that wait, where did I write this down? This all takes place very quickly after you're done. I think the issue here is that you're analyzing a relatively like basic set of bots. Well, a relatively small set of information in order to come up with a strategy that has to win. There is no experimenting. I think this is what the real issue is. There's no experimenting. There's no like, oh, that was wrong. That was. If we wanted this to work, well, yeah. So I think this is an issue. So phases should be in the game to support experimentation. For example, maybe we implement them just by increasing the life of defender bots by a factor of 2. So this can be interesting. Like you have a phase where your goal is just to take them down as much as possible. Like you're probably not going to kill the CPU. Then after that you learn, oh wow, that wasn't effective what I did. I need to do something different. This would open the game up a bit so that you're still analyzing the initial state and trying to come up with the best response. But then after the first phase, you know how to pivot your strategy so that you can deliver the final blow to the CPU. Even just 2 phases, I guess. That could be interesting. Of like, hey, I tried a strategy and it didn't work. And so right now, when you play a game and you're like, okay, here's a different strategy from the one I saw before. We've got melee bots, we've got artillery bots. You can spend time coming up with like, okay, how do I beat this? What's the best way? And so you're like, all right, I'll put my laser and shield bots up front. I'll put an artillery bot of my own, a couple of these in back, but just behind them. And then in the middle, I'll put down my own melee bot. There. So like, here's my strategy. Here's what I think is going to work. I say, okay, go, start the game. And so this strategy is playing out, and like, maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Okay, yeah, I only lost 1 bot so far. And what's going on? What's going on with this bot? Oh, great. Well, whatever, I lost. So you could say, hey, that worked pretty well. I'm going to continue with that strategy. Or you could change it at the midway point. I don't know if that's interesting, though. Was the idea of having an attacker, but where you would have to build your offense, but not having it ready yet, like having to fetch scrap, put down factory, having an upgrade to choose in a tree in the factory. I think. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think having to get scrap or put down a factory or something like that. I think I wanted this to be more. You're not making decisions during the game. You're making them before the game. I think the problem with that is that your decisions are still not like rewarded yet, and also it does turn into a rock paper scissors thing, I guess. You're making all of your decisions before the game starts, which is fine if those decisions have some impact. I think that the way the game is playing out is such that there's no punishing the enemy for a particular strategy unless there's an outright counter, and thus there's no getting punished for choosing a bad strategy. I think that's one of the core issues. So, Hideo, what you were talking about there, I think if we boiled this down to maybe like 3 pieces of hardware, like lasers and melee and artillery maybe, or something like that. So you have a short range, you have a medium range, you have a long range weapon. I think that would differentiate the hardware enough where you could start to say like one is rock, one is paper, one is scissors. But even at that point, like what does this turn into? Even if the hardware was perfectly balanced or was literally presented as rock, paper, scissors, how would this change what you're doing? Twitch is being such a mess this week. Raimi, what? So many chat bugs and streams crashing. Yeah, my stream crashed yesterday. I don't know if that was a Twitch problem or not. Is there any like article on this? Yeah, Zintonic. I think that would have to be the second expansion pack, because the first thing would have to be the time travel expansion pack, so that we set up the canon for that expansion. Hey Sean, how's it going? No problem on my end. I'm only using chat, videos, and VLC. Yeah. I think one of the things that I'm thinking about is that we. Wait, actually, one of the other things I want to write here is. Also, if simulating the game is fast enough, we could do all of this inside a VM so that you're able to use any coding language you want with all of its features. What I think. What was the other thing I was going to write down here? So yeah, not having another player on the other side is actually kind of strange. Yeah, it's a bad thing that you don't have a player on the other side. I think that games like Clash of Clans are successful, so I don't think it's necessary, but I do think you have to come up with the right formula. I think it's just an expectations thing. I really think it's an expectation thing. Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't think it's a bad thing that you don't have a player on the other side. I don't think it's necessary. Create my bots in HTML. I don't. I don't know if you can do something like that. You have to make like BR tag is fire lasers. Break the enemy. Anyway, so the other sort of, I guess you can't really say it's a parallel thought process here because I haven't really been devoting a lot of time to this. But PvP, I still wonder how we would do this. Also, did I write down some ideas? I wrote down something, didn't I? Oh, PvP with phases. What are the phases? Maybe they're really. Oh yeah, this idea. I don't know if this is even good, but I said maybe there are two games going on in parallel. One where player A is an attacker, and one where player B is the attacker. While A is thinking about what to do, B is watching the decisions from their last turn play out. It's probably too much going on. I think phases are there to appeal to one of the big reasons to have automation, and that constant actions are happening. It comes down to non-automation relation. I think I need to look at this from the point of view of someone who doesn't know how to code. Yeah, yeah, Red as a Tortoise. I was playing Hearthstone last night. I've gotten very bored with the game, I think. Actually, a lot of people on Reddit are saying kind of the same things that I'm worried about for Botland. They're saying, hey, there's not a lot of decisions that I'm making. I feel like I'm just playing creatures on curve. So I have 3 mana, so play the 3 mana creature that the deck has in it that I have in my hand. And now it's 4 mana, I play the 4 mana creature. And I think it's a little more nuanced than that. But I think it's probably just that the metagame has been stale. And hey, Turlum. Yeah, so this idea of maybe there are two games going on in parallel. Like, I wonder if there's some crazy thing to do here that involves automation that would make this really interesting. Yeah, Hideo, I think the two games going on at once, that was so that both games can be asymmetrical, and by having two of them that are asymmetrical in the same way, you gain symmetry that way. But I don't know if it's a good idea. I still think everything needs to stem from these two bullet points. So, okay, I've worked on like 5 iterations of Botland now. And I don't mean the prototype. What I mean is, like, I started with a Python version, then I switched to Java, then I switched to another Java version, then I switched to, I think, C Sharp after that. And so this is like the 5th one. Actually, there was a prototype for that too afterwards. So this is like the 6th one. Um, 2 of those iterations were RPGs where you had a set of bots that you could script, and you scripted them in battles. Something like, yeah, use Fireball on the enemy with the lowest health. And then you controlled them in the world too. So you'd say, like, move around the world in such a way that you're going to find enemies that you can fight. I don't think it's interesting, though, unless you have control over your RPG character yourself. Otherwise, it's just like numbers, the game. And so in a game like, so what spawned all of this, like I said, like 6, 7 years ago at this point, um, was I was playing Diablo 2, and I thought, oh, here's a game that's super fun to play on your own, and people are ruining it by botting, and what if everybody could bot? That was it. That was the kernel of thought that started me working on all those other iterations of Botland. And I don't think any of them really worked out. Reservoir said you coded it that many times in one language. So I didn't like finish coding it in any of those. So there was the initial prototype, was in Python. And that I think I've shown you guys. I don't mind showing you again. This is not impressive or anything. This is like 2 weeks of work, I think. And that's what made me say, yeah, okay, I think this is worth pursuing. I just wanted to test this out. Where's the game? Hang on. Yeah. So here's what it looked like originally. This was back in 2010. So you could choose, this was more of an RTS structure. You could choose a worker and you could actually manually control it if you want. So if you wanted to go pick this up and like drop this somewhere else, you could do that. Or you could write a script to make it like move up, move left, pick up, then move right, and then drop. And save your script. And now it would do exactly what you told it to do. So move. Wait, what? Move up, move left? It's not moving up. Oh, it is moving up. Yeah. So that's it. And if you were like, oh, that's a bad script and you want to do something else, then fine, you can do a whole bunch of stuff. So that was the idea. It's pretty bad, right? So then after that, I switched to RPG version 1. This was done in Java, and I actually had like a server set up and a client, and I don't remember how I stored accounts actually. I think I just stored them in text files, honestly. And so this was like, you had a world script which controlled your bots when out of battle. Picture a game like Final Fantasy, where, well, picture a game like Final Fantasy. And then you had a battle script which controlled them in battle, of course. And so battles could happen, well, anyway, there was that. The problem with this is, well, there were a lot of problems. Then there was like RPG version 2, which is also in Java. I called this Botland Lite, and nothing ever happened with that. And then there was an RTS version that I did in C#. And then the prototype for Botland was in JavaScript. And what was interesting about this version of the game, it was an infinite game. So you joined and there was just one large arena. And you put some bots down and they would just fight. This was an infinite form of Botland. There was one large arena where everyone fought. The goal was mostly just to top some leaderboard, e.g. like most damage dealt with lasers in the past X hours, or most kills obtained, or most reflected projectiles. And that was it. It was not like great, I guess. Yeah, and so Raimi, what you find out by doing something like that, and this is true of almost any of the RPGs, is that writing a script is just not interesting. It's just not interesting. Like, what you want is just a set of priorities. You want to say, like, yeah, use Fireball if on target with lowest HP. But no, my top priority is, like, if less than 10% life, heal myself. If party is less than 30% life, heal whole party. Like, you just want a set of priorities, basically. Which, yes, you could say that this is a scripting language that's presented to you via a list of priorities, but it's just not an interesting set of things. There's usually, like, a best strategy of keep myself alive, kill the enemy. And I think that's why I just gave up on these versions, because I'm like, is this even fun? Then the RTS version, I got a job. That's the only reason I stopped that one. It could have been fun. And then the prototype for this, it was interesting, but it only lasted for a week. So our conclusions were that the game was okay as long as people were progressing, but there wasn't room for competitive strategies. And people stopped playing after the progression was done, which took about a week. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I haven't played this game, but this is what I expected that they'd do, because it's just not like, who would want to write Python on a PlayStation or something like that? Nobody. I think that's a ridiculous concept. So this is a good way to analyze this of like, yeah, let's use a Phoenix Down, like revive your allies, and then cure people of poison, and then cure their life, and then attack some stuff. And these decisions are just so silly. Like, hey, flying enemies are weak to wind attacks, so like use your wind attack on flying enemies. It's just so I don't know. So I dropped the RPG idea. I think for the RPG idea to be interesting, you would need something where it's like you can progress as a player and it's a fun game to play. And then when you're progressing as a bot, all you care about is getting at least like one experience point from every hour because then you're better off than not having played the game. Coding on an Xbox One with a PS4 controller? Yeah, so I think that this is why this is the point that I should be pursuing right here is like why do you even want automation? So in the RPG sense, when I go to sleep at night, if I just have something running, I'm getting experience or items that I wouldn't have been getting anyway. Like that's cool. That's a reason to want automation. And in a game like StarCraft, I'm like I can't control all my Marines. That's too much. I can't click them and move them exactly where they need to be. So I'll write a script for that. So I think having that same thing in Botland is important and making sure that we hit that reason. And so I want to pursue this one a little bit more. I think what could be interesting. Let me just ramble on over here. Hey, Lukov. And hey, Mike. So, rambling for a bit, let's think about the idea of automation that performs a long-running task. In Botland, depending on how we set things up, we could have your bots fighting other bots like once every 5 minutes without your intervention. And maybe that's how we theme things. There are these like micro fights. These could be micro fights that end up with progression on your account. I still think the idea of not requiring if oh man, I'm not sure. So let's see. Well, but Hideo, what I was getting at is that a battle script is never interesting. Like even in that picture that was linked, like I don't think this is interesting to write. Especially if you can just copy paste ones online where they're like, yeah, it turns out the thing that kills people the most is poison, so actually you should elevate this one to the top of your list. You're like, oh, okay, I can't argue with statistics. Like, yep, that's the best thing to do. So you'd have to give priorities that were at odds with each other. And I guess this is kind of at odds with each other. You have one turn you're taking, and you can only take one action. Hey, Kukuruku. But so yeah, I don't like that concept of battle script. I mean, that's what Botland is right now, is like a battle, but it's not as straightforward. Positioning matters, and at some point there's been collecting scrap, and there's been shielding and repairing and all this other stuff. Hey, Superman. So depending on how we set things up, we could have your bots fighting other bots once every 5 minutes without your intervention. But then what are you doing during the game? But then the question is, what are you doing during the game? If you're not making decisions during the game that can separate you from another player. Oh yeah, I'm not doing Ludum Dare. Yeah. Not you, Adam. You keep working on Botland. Then you're just copy pasting scripts that someone set up for you online, and then watching numbers rise. This is what makes me think that there has to be a strategy element to the game. Does the theme even really matter? And the Stokezza things are falling. does the theme really matter? I've seen in past Ludum Dare's people just ignore it entirely and then later try to like retrofit their game idea to the theme. The theme will be something like, slime monsters or something like that. And someone will make a game that just doesn't have slime monsters and they're like, well, I guess let's just retheme the graphic of money to look like it's slime falling into a bucket. And they're like, yeah, cool. I don't know if something like this has been discussed before, but maybe you could split it up. For example, you could have an AFK scripting focused part of the game where there's just a playing field, you, resources, and maybe AI. You can deploy your bots and make them gather scrap or something. It doesn't really involve you interacting with the game heavily. You make some scripts for it. And how the scrap you collect in this game won't have a purpose in the PvP aspect of this game. So, Raimi, what I think about there is that if I'm understanding you correctly, there's almost like a sandbox that you're in. And in this sandbox, like scrap spawns every once in a while. So you got scrap here and you've got scrap here and you've got scrap here. And like you've got to make your bots go in such a way that they pursue this scrap and then this scrap and then this scrap and they collect it and like that gives them money. And then there's a PvP game where they can use the money. I think that like the sandbox mode of that almost sounds like it's a totally different game and that it's not even necessary. Hideo says you could have long-running tasks like combats every X minutes, but to gain something like a level, you could play a harder battle in the way Botland is now. Require different scripts and more strategies that would merge a world of fully automated games. There's no voting this time. And what, Red of the Tortoise? LOL the wall? Oh, wall of text? Oh. Okay, so this is what makes me think that there has to be a strategy element to the game. That way you're not just leaving your machine entirely and waiting for something to happen with your automation. Hmm. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, so I wonder how else to pursue this. I think long running automation, I still think there needs to be some player aspect to this. There you're involved playing against somebody else. Because if this turns into a completely PvE game where you're just playing against an AI, then I think it loses a lot of the appeal. I think yeah, so hey Mad Max. When thinking about this, it's worth it to keep in mind that I don't want this to turn into a coding game. So I think that players should always have preset scripts available and should be expected to be able to copy paste appropriate scripts online. That the decisions that a player is making can't be relegated just to automation. Whoa! I think that's the first completely Unicode name I've ever seen in chat. Huh. And it translates to something I shouldn't even be saying to begin with. Amazing. Yeah, I think I've got to purge you from chat for that. Yeah, sorry. Hey, Fatality. You can't full on PvE. You could reuse the current state of Botland and add sometime true player interactions. Yeah, and hey, Skilled Bubble. I think it's not. I think it's not just like okay, yeah. I think there needs to be some kind of interaction. So I guess what I'm thinking about here is like requirements for botland. I think automation without requiring players to well, automation needs to be present but can't be the only differentiating factor. Uh, there needs to be some player interaction. This is super weird, guys. I recognize this. That it's day, what, 186. I've been streaming for almost a year now, and I'm like, hey, let's come up with the requirements for the game. I don't feel great about that. Anyway, player interaction. And I guess that's kind of it. This means that strategy or puzzle elements need to be present. It's basically a smiley face. Arabic has something like that too. The ta. Arabic alphabet. Where is it? Where you at, ta? There it is. See? It's basically a smiley face. Oh, interesting. I had the browser zoomed in. I call that a boat. The one I linked in? I guess because the dots look kind of like... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Alright. Yeah, so that's... Yeah, I don't think long-running botland is a good idea. This makes me think that long-running automation is not a good idea, as you probably want a persistent, large world where your bots could progress while you're asleep. Yeah, so this makes me think that battles should be massive and just play out in such a way that it's like a giant army versus a giant army. Okay, so let's just do that. Let's just try this out. Let's go give the player a giant army. That's what we're gonna do. So now we had this set up, right? Where we had 4 bots, 17, 6. So we're gonna just expand this out to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more bots. So let's put these things side by side. Should I just join these lines? Yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, great. So now let's come up with the x coordinates for these. So 17, 16, 15, 16, 17, 18, 18. Sounds good. And then this is going to be 5. Oops, did I copy paste the wrong things? Drat, I did. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't really care. So 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 6, 8. There, cool. So now let's make those 4. So then the top 3 are going to be blueprint ID -1. Okay, let's try that out. And what scenario is this? This is scenario number 1. 0. It's number 0. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So we should be playing against a whole bunch of bots now. Okay, I put them in the wrong coordinates, but I don't think it really matters. Now the issue is I can only deploy 5 bots. So like I'm going to lose, but let's try this. Oh yeah, that was over quickly. Actually, I will eventually. Actually, no, I won't. I won't win, will I? I don't know where they get redeployed. If they get redeployed too close to me, then I will lose. If they get redeployed like they are now, then I will eventually win. But yeah, having a much larger scale could be all that this takes. That there's so much more going on. So maybe games start out as like a 10v10. All right, let's try this. So let me get these coordinates correct at least, because I definitely screwed this up. So it was starting here, 17.5. What did this look like? So I wanted there to be about there, and I screwed that up. So at 17.5 there isn't one. Wait, what? Did I number these wrong? Nine max, no 10 key on my keyboard. What happened here? 17.5, 17.7. Yeah, I think this is 5. I don't even think I labeled this correctly. Oh man. Alright, fine. Let's take a picture of this. In fact, let's just number these. This is crazy. It's such a better idea to do this. It's not render tile numbers. We'll just put these on top of everything. Render tile numbers. Can't believe I have to do this. Where do I put this? Here. Alright. So let's put this here, and then let's cut out all of it. Because none of it matters. So delete all of that, delete that. Padding is probably not going to be necessary. Delete all of this. Okay. X equals 0, x is less than this dot width, x plus plus. So we want y is less than this dot height, y plus plus. So text string equals x, y. No, Amy, nobody said that. Alright, let me just put this up here. Okay. And the style, we probably need to lower the size of this. Actually, that might be fine. Let's just try this out. Say 16. So text x equals x times constants plus padding. We don't really need padding there. So that looks good, that looks good. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. Alright, let's try that out. Oh man. Oh boy. Hey, look at that. We got coordinates now. And now I don't need to use my brain at all. Well, except for the part where I just close out of the game somehow. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so we just need to use these coordinates to come up with the correct stuff. And not be stupid about this. So let's hang on a second. Alright. So, yeah, let's go find the constants that I need. Here we go. Alright, so 17.5, 17.7, 17, 16.6, and then 18.6. So this next one should have been at 17.4. And then 16.5, 15.6. So all of these should have just had one subtracted from it, I think. And then I think it would have been fine. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so 17.4, 16.5, 15.6. Yeah, I think all this is fine now. This should have been 16.7 actually. And then 17.8. Don't know how that stuff happened. And then 18.5, 18.7. Okay, let's try that. You can't fool me. I know something happened. So, yeah, let's get back to this. Oh, hey, Red's the tortoise. Okay, so yeah, this is the layout that I wanted here. You can see that this is working now. Okay. Yeah, so this is the layout that I wanted. I still think being able to set up a defense is a good idea. It's just very hard to let you guys do that. There's a lot of UI you need and there's a lot of everything. So I don't know why these colors are so weird. The fill can just be white. Drop shadow. I don't think I need a drop shadow. Just get rid of that. Hark my. Thanks for following. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so the whole point of any of this was to just figure out whether increasing the scale of the game would be a good idea. I think it definitely gives you more to think about. I don't know if it solves everything though. Now the link works? Okay, good. So, all right, let's think about how the game would change if we gave everybody tons of bots. And the other thing I guess we need to do here is when we say the cost here is 0, we have to let the attacker place a bunch of bots too. What's the language of the code? It's JavaScript. Everything's in JavaScript. Okay, so let's put down 10 bots. Do I have a reflect bot yet? No. Yes, I do, actually. Yeah, so let's put down 10 of these. I don't know what script they have, but we're going to put down a whole bunch of these, and we're going to win the game. There, 10 bots. Okay. They won. They did it. Yeah, so I think that's interesting, and I think if we force you to commit with a certain amount of force, like having 10 bots doesn't mean anything because there's nothing you spent to do that. So what if you had to spend much more? Having more bot types could also help. When you say types though, what do you mean? Oh man. Will there be some kind of obstacles like walls and traps? Yeah, probably. I think traps are something I expect the bots to perform, but walls are something that should just be walls and they should be somewhere. But I'm not going to add those in yet, I think. But I do think they can be there. Aren't the AI all using the same blueprints? Oh, I see what you're saying. No, actually, they're not. So the ones in back are using artillery. The ones in front are using lasers. I mean, other than that, they're pretty similar, but they're not exactly the same. So if I were to play melee bots now, and unfortunately, I should make like bot painting by numbers because dragging 10 things is not going to be the most fun way to play this game. So if I tried putting a bunch of melee bots down, I think they would lose to this same composition. Yeah, they lost incredibly fast. Also, I'm going to slow down the game a little bit at least. Tick time equals, yeah, we're going to set this to at least 700. Hey, Piquet. Last time I saw you was in that Lithuanian stream. I was very surprised to see you there. I'm like, wait a second, is that? And then I checked, and I'm like, yeah, it is. You tricked me yesterday. That I did. Okay, then fine. Let's. No, I'm not gonna change their colors. Actually, I could change their cosmetics, I guess. Yeah, we could do that probably. Let's try that out. So let's say cosmetics, 111. Does 111 even make any sense? I don't think it does. I think we need to go with like. Let's go with. Well, like head, torso, foot. So 34, 35, 36. 34, 35, 36. So head, torso, foot. So these are the cosmetics. Now, when we go to make these, so serve arena, I think we said everything is going to be 0 or null. New cosmetics loadout. Where does this even take place? Oh, man, I don't remember. Cosmetics loadout. That's... Oh, man. Lots for AI. Here. Where is this? Oh, it actually takes place in the connection manager. Oh, look at that. That's great. So now this would have to be cons cosmetics data equals blueprint data dot cosmetics. So util dot exists. We can just do it this way. Util dot exists cosmetics data question mark cosmetics data 0. Otherwise, no. There we go. Let's try it out. You surprised me more. Yeah, so for anyone curious, I was just looking through streams the other day, and I found someone playing... Oh, what was he even playing? Silk Road. And I hadn't played that game in forever. Man, that game was ridiculous. I did not have a lot of fun playing it, but I wanted to see what the game was all about, so I just stopped into this guy's stream, and then yeah, EPK was there. Okay, so check it out. This should help you, Hideo. I have now made it so that the bots are actually different based on what blueprint they have. Yeah, so if we put a bunch of reflect bots in the middle, so the only way that this works, I think I need to still design this. Waiting 5 hours to just log in. I could probably win with like 6 of these bots. No, I can't win with just 6 bots. Too bad. Okay, so let's get back to the drawing board here. So this makes me think that battles should be massive. All right, let's talk about this. If battles are massive, though, then how does strategy play out? The defender would always want a variety of bots. Future surgery on bots. Wow, Amy. I don't remember that. I played, I think when it like first came out, and it was just such a grindy game. It wasn't fun. There were lots of bugs, I remember that. Lots of people who didn't speak English. Maybe they invest in blueprint variety as part of their computer. For example, yeah, this might work. That way there's a more clear counter. So for example, increasing life of CPU is like 1 point. Buying a new blueprint to use uses. See, I think if the if the defender is just gonna clump up all of their bots, I guess AOE is the way that you'd solve that. Then they'd have like a couple of scouts. I guess you change up your strategy. So I still think this should happen in phases. Yeah, no. Let's so that the defender has counterable bots. I think attacking should happen in phases still. It tells you. Should there be some kind of team system where bots move within their team to accomplish specific mission assigned by player? So that's something that if you want to do, you can code yourself. As far as like finding one of your allied bots, you could always say something like, just pursue my closest bot. And then if you're within a certain distance of them, so if you say something like, if get distance to my closest bot is less than, I don't know, 5 or something. I think it's less than 3. So if you're close enough to the enemy or your friendly bot, then like do something else. So now at this point you can say, here's my actual function, like attack stuff. And now we can just call that function there, attack stuff. And now attack stuff would have things in it like, fire lasers, fire missiles, etc. So yeah, if you want to write strategies that cause your bots to clump up, you can do that. Is there a helicopter nearby? I don't know what that was, but it sounded like a helicopter. Yeah. Can helicopters work in zero gravity? I think it's air that they need to work. Could they work on the moon? No. I don't think so. I probably shouldn't be the one to answer this. Okay. So yeah, I still think there are some other issues. Hey, Louis. So I think attacking should happen in phases still, so that the attacker isn't in just a... The attacker doesn't have to go all in from the very beginning. Helicopters needed to burn people. Oh man, I don't know, Thelzy. I'd be surprised if no one else has asked this though. You should try to see if you can find the answer. Invent a moon copter. There is a large market on the moon for moon copters. Then you should make a helicopter that works underwater. You can't call it a submarine though. Although this is solving a different problem. Okay, so what if I try the strategy that EJ was trying yesterday, where I have bots that just ignore the enemy completely? Do I have an artillery bot here? No, we're gonna make one then. Okay, so let's make Artie the artillery bot. Let's give him some stuff. He's a fierce one, that Artie. Also, thrusters are kind of useless for the enemy or for the attacker, but all right. So let's go with this and this and this. Excuse me. I take that back. Yeah, no, I don't take that back. I do want this, and I think they will need thrusters. Okay, so now here's the script. We're gonna have them pursue the enemy CPU. If they can't see the CPU, then try moving right. And then if they can fire their artillery, fire it, but only fire it at CPUs. So if So will artillery hit the closest CPU, then fire artillery at the closest CPU. Hey, Dennis. Okay, so with will artillery hit fire, otherwise pursue the enemy CPU, otherwise move right. Okay, so this is gonna be called the WOMP CPU strategy. So let's try this out and let's see if this works. I think it will. I don't think there's anything that the enemy can do to stop this. Like maybe they can. So we're gonna try putting our bots like this. How many do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we have made a pitchfork. They're not attacking the CPU, you jerks. Quit it. Okay, that was not good. They're actually still gonna win. No, they're not. Never mind. Alright. Yeah, I screwed up the script. I didn't mean to do that. What is this doing wrong? Not doing anything wrong. Yeah, this is a bug. Because it was shooting artillery at bots. Man. Yeah, this has got to be a bug. I thought I fixed this. Fire artillery. I thought EJ told me that I fixed this too. Right? Oh, whoops. Oh, this is null. Oh, whoops. Yeah, this is actually the same bug that he ran into. Oh man. Hey Zardis, I'm doing well. Okay. Yeah, that was just silly. What I needed to do was this. If exists and artillery will hit it, then fire artillery. Okay, there. That should work. Now we can try that same strategy, and what's going to happen is we're going to win the game. That's what's going to happen. So I'm going to put this bot here, here, here. Is that it? Is that all the bots I can place? Is that 10? I'm not even going to count. Whatever, that's fine. All right, let's try it out. I don't know who won. I don't know whether that worked, but I do think this stops cheesy strategies. Yeah. Shouldn't can hit already return false if the target doesn't exist? So what's happening, Venrix, is if will missiles hit fire missiles, what this code does is it says just, hey, can my missiles hit anything? Then yeah, fire missiles. So if you pass in undefined, it's the same as passing in nothing. And what was happening is that, whoops, hang on a second. What was happening is that we said like closest CPU equals find closest enemy CPU. My bots couldn't see the enemy CPU, so this was returning undefined. So it was as though I didn't have anything here to begin with. So it's just a JavaScript error. But yeah, Zardis, this describes it. So that way, yeah, this was really saying if will missiles hit. Can you open images inside Sublime? No. Well, I guess you can open them up as binary, but can't you distinguish between null and undefined though? Yeah, I could, and I could change the API so that it does that eventually. I think we might eventually want to do that. That might be clearer to coders. And I'll write that down. I'll say unclear. So kind of a bug. If a player says via Blockly or JavaScript, like CV equals find closest enemy bot. If will artillery hit CV, fire artillery CV, but the closest bot doesn't exist, it shouldn't try to find a new target. The fix is to change the if to if exists CV and will artillery hit. But that isn't very clear. Yeah, Venrix, I could do that eventually, I think. I don't think it's probably super important right now, but I do think that if people are actually playing the game and this was confusing enough users, that it'd be worth doing. Alright. So yeah. Is this enough to know that this is working? Should I like make more strategies maybe? Because I still think the whole thing about variety is going to be all that matters. Is like, yeah, it doesn't matter what the defender's doing. It doesn't matter what my strategy is. Actually, you know what? I know how I can beat that strategy in the cheesiest way possible. So we could say something like, put bot instead of bot. Ah, you're right. Alright. So we're going to make a cautious bot. And this is going to be, let's make it a tiny bot. Let's give it Quetzal stuff. There. So this is cautious bot. And he's going to have artillery. And he doesn't even need anything else actually. But I will still give him thrusters too. No, you know what? No, he does need other stuff. Let's give him some armor. Okay, so cautious bot is going to cautious art. So you're going to use artillery. So if it can ever shoot artillery, it's going to do that. If it can ever increase its sensor range, it's going to do that. Is there any way to know that your sensors are activated though? That's the question. Oh, there is. I don't remember making this. Okay, cool. So if our sensor's activated, then we're going to try moving to the right. We're not going to try moving to the right at any other time though. So this is going to be a very cautious way of moving toward the enemy. And I think this will beat every single script. Or like most scripts. And so this is the new cheesy strategy here. Let's try it out. So we're going to make a couple of cautious bots. And then we're just going to start the game. So these are going to move very slowly. Because they can only move when their sensors are activated. And they can only activate their sensors like once every, I don't know, 7 turns or something. Yeah. So what they're going to do is just bombard these bots from very far away. This is a very cheesy strategy. In fact, you know what? I could probably put down another bot even though the game has already started. Oh, no, I can't. Yeah, so the counter to this strategy is for you to just move away from your CPU and kill the bots that are attacking you. Oh, or I guess just rely on respawns. That's actually a pretty good counter as well. Yeah, this is like super frustrating though to watch. Also, the other thing I should do here is say to attack CPUs first. And yeah, Draclin, sure. Can you please? Oh my God. This art style wouldn't even support like a distinct gorilla. Oh, you know what? The match is actually gonna. It's gonna end before we can win this. Might find interesting. Code Rovers. Oh, interesting. Yes, it is. Huh. So Code Rovers. I've never heard of this. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at this some more. Thanks, Jacqueline. Oh, this isn't a multiplayer game? Huh. Well, still, I'll have to check this out afterward. Okay. So my bots are still going at it. They have 10 seconds left until they're just killed. They got the CPU down to what? 80% life? So they didn't come anywhere close to winning, but that doesn't actually matter because I only deployed 3 bots instead of 10. If I instead deploy 10 bots, I think they will win. And so I think this strategy is going to be the cheesiest strategy. Is that all the bots I can deploy? Yeah. The counter to that tactic is to write a defending script which checks its health to the previous round. If it's in a location it's been deployed in, it would then make the defending bot move to the left in order to have a better chance of countering the cheese. Yeah, I think this is why giving people the tools to be able to handle this is going to be important. Because, like, is this even effective? I don't know if they're even going to win still. Because they have artillery bots that are just standing there too. And they're increasing their sensors. So they're not actually probably going to win. Because, yeah, they're getting destroyed by the artillery there. So maybe it's like a combination of things. But this is something that, as an attacker, you just need to find a strategy that works against most players. And I guess as long as... I don't know. I think this is shaping up to be a lot better than yesterday. Like, you can still win. And all you have to do is put down a bunch of reflect bots here and you can win. Yeah, so these bots have pretty much lost. Like, I don't think they're going to end up winning the game. So what I'm going to do is... I don't have a way to end the match early, short of just terminating the game server. So that's what we're going to do. This should error out. Come on. Great. Cool. There's the error. All right, so now we can restart this. Let's try again. So now I'm going to put those bots in the back. Actually, they can't be in the back, though. They've got to be close to here. So I'll put these here. And then I need some bots in the front. I guess melee and cloaking. Yeah, let's put these bots over here. And let's put a reflect bot in the very front. Okay, so here's the new strategy. I don't think that worked any better. And I think there's going to be a lot of issues here. This still suffers from something that all build iterations suffer from. At a glance, I cannot tell what each bot does, so it's hard to counter well without selecting and figuring out what they do. Delzy, so I do think having icons will eventually help, but in the way that this game would be played, you have as much time as you want. You can spend the entire day like clicking each bot and seeing, okay, that does that, then this one does this, and this one does this. The problem in the original Botland was that you had to do all that while performing actions on top of it, and these bots were moving and everything else, so it was like really hard for you to tell what the enemies were going to do. So I think this should address part of it, but also there's that YouTube video thing I was talking about, which I think I'll explain again in a sec. Hi Adam, I found your stream on the LD website and you caught my attention. Are you level designing at the moment? LD website? What's the LD website? Ludum Dare? Do I show up on this? Click to load. Oh, interesting. I didn't know about this. Um, yeah. So, hi, Ibis. What I'm doing is I'm working on making Botland, the game that I'm making. I'm working on making it fun. And right now, it was not very fun. If you want, you can check this out. There's a video there. That was what this game had started out as, and it just wasn't designed well, I think, so it wasn't going to be fun. Now I'm changing the game more toward a sort of Clash of Clans style where you write automation for your bots. So it could be something as simple as figure it out for me, or something as complex as, well, this isn't very complex, I guess, but you can write code as much as you want or as little as you want. And the goal now is to kill the enemy CPU. You can ignore all these coordinates. I have those turned on, but they're not necessary there. Are using NeoPixels. I'm not Draclin. I'm not actually even sure what NeoPixels are or is. Library for running NeoPixels on Tessel. I don't know what NeoPixels is. And thanks for following, Ibis. Neopets. Neopets Pixels. Okay, so what did I learn from this? I guess I learned that, and thanks for following Pixelar. I guess I learned that the only counter to this strategy that I've found so far is just reflect bots. Where are my reflect bots? Here. So if I just put down a bunch of these, I win the game no matter what. And like that's great. But that's because the enemy had easily reflectable bots. If they did anything different, then this strategy wouldn't work. So let's try this out now. There. Yeah, this is the only thing that actually causes me to win the game. Adafruit's addressable LEDs. Oh, I see. Oh no, if you want to find out how my lights work, you can read about those here, including what they are. Yeah, so now the only counter I can come up with to this strategy was reflect. I guess here's what I'm thinking of. So against the strategy of missiles plus artillery, the only real way I can counter it is by using reflect. If the defender had just used more of a variety, I think it would have been impossible to win. This makes me think that bots should be your stamina in the game, and they get retired. They have some cooldown after being used. That way you can use as many bots as you want in any fight, but by using more, you're using more stamina to win, essentially. What if you use stealth bots with melee 3 to just burst their front line down? So I can try that out. I have cloaking and melee bots here. What does this do? Just figure it out. I just don't think this will work. We can try it though. We can say melee. Oh, whoops! I need to make a new script if I'm going to do this. Create new script. Melee plus cloak. Okay, so let's make them use melee first, and then we'll make them pursue an enemy bot. We need to pursue the enemy CPU at some point as well. So pursue the enemy bot. If the enemy bot exists, we actually want them to cloak as soon as they can see an enemy bot. So let's duplicate this up to, no, let's just do it this way. We'll move this down to here. No, that's still wrong. What am I doing? We'll get this out of there, and we'll say if you can cloak, then cloak. So as soon as you can see an enemy, cloak. Then try to get to it as soon as you can, and as soon as you can, then melee it. This is going to result in this bot dying pretty quickly, I think. Pretty sure this thing's going to die. Alright, hey Digite. Alright, so let's create this bot. Let's try it out. I don't think this is going to work. Also, let me get rid of those. Hang on a second. Client, arena, render, tile numbers. This. Let's get rid of that. Distracting lights. Yeah, that's how this stream works. Alright, so we're going to put a bunch of bots on the front line like this. There, we just have a big arrow. Let's see if this works. So they should cloak when they reach the enemy. And then they're trying to burst down the front line. This is not working. Yeah, I lost. And you know what? I can make this even worse as a strategy. So check this out. If these bots, these have if will lasers hit fire lasers, if will missiles hit fire missiles. Otherwise, we could just say fire lasers left. This will make that strategy work even worse. Alright, let's try that now. That didn't work that well. Well, it could just be a balance issue. Like, melee might have to confer some armor bonus. Alright, let's try this. Like I said, this is going to work even worse. Because they are now going to fire their lasers even if they can't see me. And you know what? Let's put a couple of reflect bots down too. I don't think it's going to matter. Yeah, let's put a couple of reflect bots in the front. Okay, let's try that out now. See, they're just firing lasers indiscriminately toward the left. So there's like no way to crack this defense unless you got reflect in there. Okay, this actually did work a lot better. I think I won. But I think I won because of the reflect bot. Yeah. You can also use some to flank their back line if they do that. Well, okay, so this very thought process of like, how will I beat this? I like that. I think that's good for the game because there's some strategy to it. What I'm worried about though is like this was with a poorly set up defender. If the defender was better, they would have just accounted for all of this and then good luck ever beating them. And Luca, thanks for following. When they got in range to cloak, the other bots knew of them being in range, so they shot. Yeah, that's another. Yeah. Yep. But I do think this is interesting. So here's how I think this can all be solved. I think. Okay, so just picture this system, and I'm just brainstorming here, so this is not fully thought out. But let's say that to play against anyone costs 3 stamina. If you lose the match, you get no stamina back. If you win the match, you get 2 stamina back. Actually, this can't work, not with these numbers. I don't know. Playing any match costs 5, and if you win the match, you get like 2 stamina back. Okay, so the defender in any match has X bots. Well, let's phrase it this way. Let's say that the number of bots that the defender has is X. As an attacker, you can put up to X plus 1 bots down for free. Every additional 2 bots costs 1 more stamina. We're Mafia Wars now. Barry the Infiltrator. Hey, Tatuga. Hey, yeah, thanks. I'll write this down because I'm trying to keep track of all of this. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. You can win any match you want to by just zerging the enemy, but by doing that, you're not going to be able to play many games. So let's prototype this out too. So right now, we have this 0000 nonsense. Excuse me, what if we just got rid of this 1E9? Okay, so let's try this. So now we're going to rerun the game. And now we're going to use a bot that's terrible. We're going to use just this melee bot. It like clearly will lose. So first let me prove that it's going to lose. Whoops. This is actually a really frustrating part of the game now, is having to drag to all these tiles. We'd have to make this easier with like a paintbrush or something like that. So yeah, I'm going to prove that these bots suck and that they're going to lose. Okay, so they killed one bot. That's it. They did terribly. But now, if you spent more stamina, watch this. Now, I bet these bots are not going to lose. They're the exact same bots, but we're going to overwhelm the enemy. Alright, there. Let's try it. I don't even know how many I put down. Oh god, they're still terrible. But yeah, there, that's it. I won. So I used way too many bots, but nice. Do you use that plastic thing that comes with the keyboard that makes it higher? I use the wrist rest, if that's what you're talking about, but I can't even detach this, so you probably have a different keyboard than I do. Or maybe you're talking about the legs on the keyboard? Or the feet? I don't know what you call these. Probably just the feet. But these in the back, in which case, no, I do not use that. Okay, so how does that seem to people in chat? Does that seem like a better system where you can just place as many bots as you want, and before you start the match, you see this will cost you this much stamina to play this match? So basically, the way we would probably show this is, yeah, then Kukuru, I don't, the thing that I have on the front of this keyboard is not detachable. There's like a wrist rest here, but I can't take it off. And if there's anything else you're talking about, then no, I'm not using it because I don't even know where it is. The way that we would probably show this is that you can place however many bots you want before the match starts, and you'll see the total stamina cost of pressing the play button. Okay. So part of what I wonder about, and what we would need to prototype if I've answered all the questions of this solution, is what is it like to be a defender? Oh. What? No, I don't use that. I don't even know if I have that. Probably threw it out. Why are you so worried about his keyboard? Oh, people ask questions all the time. I really hate stamina-based free-to-play games. Literally see stamina and never touch it again. If it's based on 10 plus... Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Digite, so I typically don't like systems like this either, and I don't know if it would really serve Botland, but I feel as though it's necessary in a game like Botland for you to have something preventing you from playing, because there's no... So it's either something needs to stop you from playing, or you need to have some cost to play. The cost could be that the chance to lose will actually give the defender something, but then I think that's exploitable. So I'm open to ideas about how to change this. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how we would do this. Because like I said, another way of thinking about this is, what if the bots themselves had a cooldown? So there wasn't a concept of stamina. So another way of thinking about this is that each individual bot has its own stamina. And you can get tons and tons of bots eventually, so that your stamina is very high. It's still a stamina concept, but I guess it's just different. All games should be best of 3 or 5, with the stamina being local to it. Yeah, I think the other concept here is that you don't necessarily know how many bots it's going to take you to win unless you try multiple times. And you're probably not going to want to try a second time or a third time or a fourth time. So I guess this should give you some number of attempts with that many bots. Is that you want to iterate on your strategy a bunch of different times. So that video idea that I was talking about is like, okay, you can see all of these bots. You can tell exactly what hardware they have. This has artillery and missiles. This has missiles and lasers. All of these are actually the same, and all of these are the same as the ones in the back. So there are only two kinds of bots here. You can see that. You know that from the very beginning. So you can kind of formulate, okay, here's what I think is going to be best. But then let's say they literally only had two bots. They have a melee bot at the top, and they have a lasers bot like all the way at the bottom. So you're like, okay, I'm going to deploy the counter here. We'll call this X. And I'm going to deploy the counter to lasers. We'll call this Y. What you don't know is their script. So let's say that their script tells them, oh, just swap the position of these two things. And now you're like, oh no, now the counter to lasers is actually at the top when it should be at the bottom, or vice versa. So what I was thinking of with this video idea was like, imagine there's a play button on the screen, and before you put down any bots, what you do is you hit this button, and you get to see a short video of them like playing out their AI essentially. So like ghost bots would get deployed over here that you don't control, and that if you lose, it doesn't matter because they're not even yours. It's basically just a video like I was talking about. The bots go over here as though they're attacking, and that way you get to see the enemy play out their AI. So you'd know, oh, they're swapping their position. Now that I know that, I'm not going to put the counter to my bot at the bottom, I'm going to put it at the top. I think that if we just give you multiple attempts, that you don't need that video, so to speak. Hey, Smooth Dog. Cooldown sounds nicer and still allows for the same effect. Better bots take longer to regenerate. Have you thought about World of Warships style? I haven't heard of this game. How do they do it? Because it doesn't sound like I'm going to be able to find this very quickly. Yeah, how does it work in World of Warships? The light controlling after fallout should probably have a start button with description instead of just starting automatically. What? It starts automatically? It shouldn't start automatically. If I say, yeah, it doesn't start automatically. Multiple attempts feels way cleaner. I agree. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do then. I think you'll get like 3 attempts maybe, and then maybe retrying for every extra attempt would cost like cooldown on your bots or something like that. I think just giving each player, each attacker, multiple attempts is the best. That way you have to glean what their strategy is and come up with a counter in, say, 3 tries. Yeah, it does. I missed all of my time because of it. Can you... Well, Pixelark... So wait, the other thing is here... First, can you go back in your Whisper and find the link and then send me the link exactly as you clicked it? So copy it from your URL bar, not from Twitch. Because what I think might be happening is like maybe you don't have part of the URL or something, or I don't know. I'm not sure why it would just start the clock automatically. But even if it did, it still shouldn't count as time against you, because what happens is the time is only counted from when you click the first button. So if I were to click red right now, and then let's say I set the time allowed to like 45,000 and I refresh the page, there's still only about 38 seconds left. So yeah, I can change it to blue if I want. It says I have a ton of time left, but it's all tracked on the server. So I don't know. The URL is missing the part at the end that has my use. Yeah, so I think the reason for that is because of Better Twitch TV. Are you using Better Twitch TV? It puts spaces around your username whenever there's a link, or maybe no matter what. So if I type something like http don't click this .pixlark.com. So for Pixlark, that probably showed up as, yeah, you are using Better Twitch TV. Okay, yeah. Belzy. Oh, God. Oh, and by the way, just to kind of prove this, like if I try changing the lights to green, like it doesn't matter. The time is on the server. Does that even go somewhere? Okay, no, the site can't be reached. didn't have audio on, clicked it, was disappointed. I don't know if you can hear me laughing, so I'm going to type it. Yeah, so Pixlark, that's probably the issue, and I'm kind of surprised that that even happens. If you don't have user in time allowed, then it just starts. I don't know. Cool, now I can do my lights. Well, if it doesn't work, then I'll just give you another token. In fact, let me just do that. Token Pixlark. There you go. All right, I think I like this idea more, and I think I like the idea of you can spend some of a bot's like cooldown or something. And so, all right, my new proposal. Let's just write conclusions from this. So one is that by choosing to attack a defender, you get multiple. Let's say you get three. Let's say you get three attempts at actually beating them. If the first or second attempt fails, then the arena resets itself to the defender's initial state, and you try again from the beginning. Allows you to play in a match with a boat. If your boat dies and is not a starting boat, you have to pay to repair the boat, and if you win, you still pay to maintain the boat, but you can leave a match at any time, making the boat not usable until the game is completely over, allowing you to be in many games with different boats if that's how you want to play. Okay, let me try to parse that. Also, every time I said the word boat, I just kept thinking, this is Boatland. So your boat dies and is not a starting boat, you have to pay to repair. And if you win, you still pay to maintain the boat. So I'm guessing it dying is a larger cost than having to just maintain it. The boat ship's concerned. Yeah, so being in multiple matches, I don't think is something that you'd want to do in Botland. Because if you want to leave a match, like I think, yeah, that should be possible at some point. But then whatever, yeah. So by choosing to attack, you get 3 attempts at actually beating them. If the first or second attempt fails, and the arena resets itself to its initial state. Good. Okay, so if you want extra attempts after that, it should cost something. Yeah, so a maintenance system to stop users from playing so much. Yeah, so I think I need to think about cost to play. Whoops, sorry, I forgot to resize this so you guys can read everything on the screen. There we go. Yeah, so there's cost to play. Pros, by having more bots, you're increasing your stamina. Well, you're essentially increasing your stamina. I wrote, this is harder to apply. I have no idea what I meant by that. So when you when you perform an attack, the bots that participate in the attack lose a life. Lose like 3 life. After losing after hitting 0 life, you can't use the bot for a while longer. If you win the attack, those bots regain 1 to 2 life, so that winning has less of a penalty, less of a cost than losing, but still has a cost. Okay, so then that removes this con. Yeah. What if attempts were governed through the attacker's number of CPU cycles? Each cycle is a phase of attack. An item sync could be an overclocker, which grants 1 or 2 cycles for use for more rounds. So I think that the way I'm envisioning this is if you want extra tries, then you can spend whatever the cost was to initially play. I haven't fully formulated this yet though, so let me flesh this out a bit and then we can see what this will look like. So having more bots, you're essentially increasing your stamina. When you want to play but you don't have a lot of bots available, then you have to make more strategic decisions how to do this. You can beat almost anyone just by zerging them, but by doing so, you'll have less stamina across your bots. The cons, it's not as easy to balance as stamina because you may have tons and tons of bots. So we would have to limit your bot inventory. I wonder if we just give every player all of the items in the game from the get-go. Is equipping bot, I don't know, whatever. Let's talk about some other things here too. So by choosing to attack a defender, you get 3 attempts at actually beating them. If the first or second attempt fails, then the arena resets itself to the defender's initial state. If you want extra attempts, it should cost something. Okay. Then what was the other conclusion that I had here? Variety. Oh yeah. To overcome a perfect defense, you always have the option of deploying more bots at a cost. That way you can attempt the first couple of times with the normal number of bots, e.g. the enemy's number of bots plus 2. Then maybe on the last attempt you try with 3 extra bots just to overpower them. Okay, I like that. And honestly, the kinds of changes that I was doing to my AI here during the match, I don't think were very crazy changes. Like, I set up a script that did this stuff. This was not difficult, and once I have this script, I could just have it forever at that point. And same thing, this one, like, hey, this was pretty helpful. Like, maybe I keep it around forever now. And then when I see this sort of setup where, hey, all these bots are clumping up, my gut feeling would be like, okay, we need artillery here. Do I even have an artillery bot? Yeah, I do. But this is the WOMP CPU strategy. Doesn't that mean that if I want to play the game, I'll have to burn a lot of resources? The good thing about Clash of Clans is that even if you lose over and over, you can still play. The incentive is that when you win, you can upgrade what you have to attack and defend with. Yeah, I think doing something like that is good. Let me go back to this thing. I wanna think about this some more. Oh, that pasted in weirdly. There we go. Benrick says, I suggest having stamina cost bucketed, meaning 1 to 3 have certain cost, 4 to 6 have a certain cost. Yeah, I think that would be good. If we end up going with a stamina or even bot lockout, I think I'd like having the range. I don't know if we'll end up going with stamina. You could tie the rewards into getting a random piece of hardware from the enemy or something. Yeah, I had talked about this in this document too. I'm not sure if I like that, because if you lose hardware or you lose bots somehow, then you still need to have some way to progress again. Thinking about Clash of Clans, even if you lose over and over, you can still play. Each player has a base. The players invest the gold, mana, whatever into the base. This improves their offense and defense. You already have a system which influences both attack and defense, hardware and scripts. Yeah. I like at some point, like I said, after I'm done designing all this, I do want to try out Clash of Clans and just see how they did things. Yeah, I think the cons with both of these. If there's no penalty, then you'll always fight people who are weaker than you, so that you're guaranteed to win. Alternatively, you'll keep fighting people slightly stronger than you without any reason not to just try a million times. Do you use cookies for sessions? I use local storage, and I'm not probably going to stick with that for production, but I'm not sure yet. How do you clear local storage? How do I clear it? I don't clear it. I only use local storage for two things right now. I think your username and your password. I think your password is saved in plain text on your own browser, but it's not saved in plain text anywhere on the server side. So pros. Straightforward. Cons, you're prevented from playing the game at some point. And then same thing here. You're prevented from playing So how do we do this? What if you unlock hardware and code segments through Blockly? Access to basic hardware, you pay to unlock faster as per every game. They also start with some basic scripts. Winning gives you a chance to unlock one of the items that the enemy has that you don't. I don't like the idea of unlocking new scripts. I think it complicates the game in a way that doesn't... It's not fun progression, I think. I think if we were teaching you how to code, that yeah, unlocking an if statement would be like, whoa, now I can do all this other stuff that I couldn't do before. But I think that'd be hard to do, and I also think if we go this route where matches take like 2 seconds to play out on the CPU, then we can allow you to use any coding language you want eventually. And at that point, it's like, are you unlocking APIs that are particular to Python because you like coding in Python? Or are you unlocking APIs for any language and we have to come up with equivalents in all of them? But even if it was just Blockly and that was it, I don't think it's adding much. Plus, you'd want all of the basic ones at the very least of like, okay, I have Melee hardware. I want to be able to use Melee. Anyway, it would mean that people would become attached to their bots. They'd all be individually equipped and have their own behaviors. Yeah, so I haven't figured out the cost to play and what you're spending money on in the game. Like, part of this was I wanted to figure out, is the prototype, is it even a fun idea? And I think it's good. And I think this is what finally did it, is me increasing the scale of this. The point where I was like, okay, I can beat this by just using a bunch of reflect bots. Like, if I put down enough of these, I will win the match. Whoops, not that one. All right, there we go. Like, I can win with this strategy. And yep, this went super easy. I've got tons of bots still alive. And I killed the CPU. Yeah, but I think having different strategies was interesting. Zala says, the game PvP, what about cosmetics? The game is like Clash of Clans right now in that you're playing against what another player has already set up a long time ago. So in that sense, it's PvP. But is that other player present at the time of the game? No, not. They're not. But anyway, unlocking hardware I think is good. I need to figure out a way to have this work. Is there a way to have a cost of playing that isn't necessarily going to completely lock you, well, like lock you out of the game? Apparently Clash of Clans achieved this. So theme your defensive bots in your arena. People would pay for that. Us programming types thinks that's stupid, but it's ridiculous when people spend just a thought. No, what I meant isn't like where could people spend money. I meant like prescriptively what will they be able to spend money on. So right now we have this concept of cosmetics in the game, and you can get a whole bunch of different parts, and maybe you can buy paint for them so you can change their color and whatever else. Then yeah, people are building up their own arena, so they could maybe get tile sets for that. They could buy walls, they could buy whatever. The question is more, once you know what you're spending money on, then you know what's at stake. So let's say somehow that like you're building up your bot as the game goes on. You've got like right now, here's what the store looks like, and this is not how it might end up. But like, oh, I don't have this piece of hardware, so I'm gonna buy it. I'm like, cool, now I own it. If you can spend real life money on this, then it's probably not something that the enemy should be able to just take from you. So like I spent $10 on the game and I got these 6 items. Then now that I know that that's the case, now I probably can't say, okay, yeah, enemies can just gain hardware from you. So that's kind of what I was talking about, is the angle of what are the things that you spend money on as opposed to what are the things you could spend money on. And see here, Amy. So if I set up an arena with some defender bots and script them in a certain way, do I get rewarded if I keep defending the CPU? The way that I've been thinking about it is that you only get penalized if you don't defend. But that penalty only goes to a certain amount. So like if you have 100 wealth, you could lose, let's say, like 3 wealth the first time you fail to defend, and then 2 wealth the second time, and then 1 wealth, and then 0. So it's you can only lose up to a certain percentage of whatever you have, and then you play the game again and fix up your defense, and then I don't know. So I haven't figured this stuff out. Aren't people really into make levels, say Mario Maker, and then people get really addicted in trying to complete that level? Yeah, but Mario Maker is you're trying to make a level that's fun for other people to play, or at least fun for them to get to the point where they've completed it. I think in a game like Clash of Clans or Botland, your goal is to make it hard for the other player to do. You don't care about the fun aspect. The game designers care about the fun aspect. And that's a very important distinction, because there's this game called King of Thieves, and the way that this game works is you have a dungeon. So let's click this. So the way this game works, you can see that you start at this door, and you have this little like piece of toast that's walking around. You have one button, and it's jump. And you're automatically running. So the game starts out and you jump over to here. So you're avoiding this buzzsaw, and then you jump onto this platform, and then you jump over this thing, and you dodge this cannon by just automatically walking, and then you hit the chest and you steal from that player. The problem is that since you don't want another player to steal from you, your goal is to make this dungeon as frustrating as possible to complete, so that you see something more like this image. Where is it? Darn it, there was another image right on that main page. This one, it was right next to it there, where you can see all of the different deaths that happened from other players. The goal as a defender is to have so many of these little skulls appear from other people getting frustrated and jumping into your little bees and cannons and stuff. So I think that Mario Maker has a very different goal there, in that you should provide challenge but also fun. Sometimes the levels are just really hard and it's rewarding completing them. Botline could be the same. Yeah, but in those cases, the whole challenging but rewarding to complete them, that is different for every player. So if you're a player who's really good at Mario games, you're going to seek out the better levels, the ones that are harder to beat. And maybe you like the frustrating levels, the Kaizo Mario worlds that you can play. I think that for the average player, they should have the tools to generally overcome whatever you've done. Otherwise, they'll get frustrated and not want to play the game. I think they're different enough goals for the level designer. Like your goal as a Super Mario Maker level designer is to know your audience and make something that's fun for that audience. So there are people who like frustrating levels, but they find that fun. Your goal in a game like King of Thieves is make a level that's frustrating no matter what, so that they can't steal your treasure. Okay, so the next things on this list. Yeah, the next thing on this list. I guess I'll write this over here somewhere. So flesh out the design some more. Then I think at some point play Clash of Clans and see what they did. Um, Answer some of the questions at the bottom of the design, e.g., what can you buy, etc. I think this is part of this. And Salah, I'm glad you like it. I think that, like, there's been a lot of just stress around a lot of what's going on lately, and I think in the past, I don't want to like get soapboxy here. Anyway, I'll talk about this briefly. What we started out with in Botland was you put down bots and the game plays out in real time. So it was very much like this. And it's very hard to make sense of what's going on or how to counter it. And given that this is what we had originally, I don't think it would have led to a fun game. And I think what I ended up coming to the conclusions of, these very important things down here, of just making changes while automation is running, I just don't think you'd have a good game. I don't know if you could ever make a game that has automation, you can make changes while it's running, and it's player versus player, and it ends up being good. Even if it's a game targeted at coders, like, do coders want to scramble over the course of 30 seconds to come up with like a good enough strategy? Maybe some subset of them do. But I'm a programmer and I can code quickly too, and I don't want to. Like, I don't want to have that stress during a game of like I need to very intensely use my brain to, and then I don't know. I just that doesn't appeal to me. And you don't need to be the audience for the game that you make, but I think that appealing to a larger audience is a good idea. And that's what led us to where we are now. I don't know how rambly that was of everything I just said, but I'm glad you appreciate it, Tala. That's the overall point here. Man. I think that a game like this could be interesting if this game lasted like 24 hours. So you log in a few times over the course of the day and you spend your resources. But then that necessarily means that to be competitive at this, you should just be paying attention all the time, I guess. Oh well. Doesn't matter. So yeah, and then afterward, if this idea is going to be the way to go forward, then we need to prototype the Defender side of things. Plan this out, make a new branch for it. Because we need to know whether this will work. And this, by the way, planning this out, doing all of this, I feel that it will take at least 2 weeks. What about looking more at RTS themes like Age of Empires? Yes, you're attacking a CPU, basically, even though the player set it up. But what things does AoE do well? You select strategies for different chunks of troops at a time, like offensive, defensive. In Botland, you're defining those potential strategies beforehand. I think that... Yeah, I think if you were to go with a more grand scale RPG, or RTS, excuse me, I think that could be a way that you could marry the two ideas of automation and some manual control. I think the issues there, and this is why I keep comparing things to StarCraft, is in StarCraft, pro players can get to the point where they're essentially controlling almost all of their units at once and their buildings and everything else. And so you would argue that, okay, they'll just double the size of everything, and now they can't do that. And that's why you'd want automation. And then you run into a different issue, which is one that still needs to be kept in mind at all times, which is that who's going to pay for the resources for this? Like, are players going to pay for the resources? Because you need the game to play out on the server so the clients can't hack it. And you're necessarily running programs for all of these things because that's what users are writing. Those programs take time to execute, and then eventually you run into the monetization model of something like Screeps, which I just did not. I did not like this. The way for you to, and I don't know where this even shows up, but the way for you to play this game after some point is you're literally paying for CPU resources. You buy gems, and then every, I don't know what, like minute or something of your bots running, they use a gem. I'm simplifying this. I don't know if this is exactly how this works, but I don't like that monetization model. It's essentially saying like, hey, we need to spawn up some more AWS instances because of you, the player, so you'll have to pay for those. This way of doing things, the more Clash of Clans way, this actually frees up lots of resources. By having a player versus player game, I would have needed tons of game servers online. With this way, you just need enough game servers online so that when you're at peak capacity, players aren't waiting more than about 10 seconds for a game to play out. I think 10 seconds is a pretty reasonable amount of time. And less than that is obviously ideal, but yeah. MX says, in Clash Royale, you place the units, but they act on their own. Yeah, in Clash Royale, I think you don't script your units. So there's automation, but you're not controlling the automation. And I suppose what I said earlier was a bit bold of like, you can't make a game that's going to work like this. I guess what I meant is, with all of the other requirements that we had too, of like, you write scripts, but scripts have to have some impact, but you can't be expected to change the scripts on the fly. I would assume that you can read what people reply to Botlandbot. I mean, I could, but that would involve me going to this thing here. I'm guessing you said something to Botlandbot. Did you? I don't know. Anyway, I never read this. Like, I never look at this. So, while I probably could, I don't check it. So yeah, I think the next thing's up. Flesh out the design some more. Answer some of the questions at the bottom of the design. So the biggest things I want to figure out are like, what do you spend money on? What is the cost to play? What do you win by attacking successfully? Do you get anything by defending successfully? And what do you lose by failing to defend? Okay, well, EJ, it's going better. I think I'll show you something in just a sec. Hang on. So I did this morning. I increased the scale. So now the defender has many more bots. So here's your strategy that you were trying out, I think. Wait, where is it? This one. I think this is close enough to your strategy of like, hey, attack the CPU, otherwise just get close enough to it. And so let's try this out and let's see how this works. You can put down actually as many bots as you want, but I'm going to put down 10. So now we have 10 bots. All they're trying to do is blitz the CPU. And oh, they actually look like no, they might have won. I'm not sure. But I think that by increasing the number of bots that the defender has too, and eventually, of course, tweaking life values on the CPU and making sure everything's balanced, I think we can prevent cheesy strategies from happening as much. So I think there's a lot of design left to do. Yeah, I know. Zala, I'm like, hey, let me prove a point, and then the opposite happened. It's points of interest. Well, yeah, Wouter. I've got to add that in eventually. These are all things that would bring us closer to a prototype. So how do games play out? How do you find other players to play against? What do you get for beating another player? So how, well, that was phrased fine, I guess. It's this. Attackers. What do you get from winning against a defender? What do you lose for? What do you sacrifice by losing against the defender? Oh, Wouter. Wouter, I'll spoil it for you. There's a cooldown of like 10 minutes on that. I'm surprised that's your first time seeing it. What do you get when you successfully defend? What do you lose when you unsuccessfully defend? Well, when you fail to defend. Alright, so this can be done away with. Are the bots you use for attacking the same ones you use? Or yeah, what can you buy in the game? What do you lose when you don't successfully? Keep in mind the players. And Keto, thanks for following. Okay. Yeah, so these questions are pretty important. How would you feel if I had a countdown timer? Yeah, Thelsey. I remember that. People thought it was some kind of black magic. Like Fur 2. Alright. So yeah, let's try to figure some of this out. And for anyone who wants to follow along, there's a link to this document. It's not written to be totally consumable. It's just a place for me to put my thoughts. Alright. So, reason even want automation, requirements for bot land, asymmetrical play, attacker decision tree, defender decision tree. Yeah, cost to play I think is one of the important ones here. I still don't know how to accomplish this in bot land. To like, I guess. So is there a way to have a cost of playing that isn't necessarily going to completely lock you out of the game? Yeah, Wouter, don't you know? Desk? I still have your video, which has 526 views now. If you monetize this, you could have had like a couple of pennies. That'd be great. Okay, so how would we do this? I guess this means you have to spend something to play that you always have access to. So, okay, Thalzy, in Clash of Clans, do you spend anything to actually play a game? You mentioned things about gold. Like when I choose another player to attack, I don't... There's no cost. There has to be a cost. Right? Or is it a penalty if you lose? Because the way that I'm thinking about this is you need something preventing you from just attacking people with no repercussions. Because then you would always beat the defender if you just gave it enough time. Granted, in Clash of Clans, I guess they don't have that concept of you'll always beat the defender because they have levels. So like a level 1 player probably cannot beat a level 5 player no matter how skilled they are, how much they try. So you kind of have to fight other people who are level 1 or level 2. You lose your troops, which cost resources to train. So you can technically attack, you're just weakened. Well, sure, but then how do you get resources? Because resources only come through time, right? I see. I think I see what you're saying, though. So if you win, you're not spending money on your troops. If you lose, it's as though you spent gold to play. Resources are gathered by your own base also. Okay. It sounds like you essentially lose gold by losing a battle in Clash of Clans. Each base has gold generation and gold storage. Yeah, so this is something that King of Thieves, they had, like, there was a way for you to get, how did this work? There's a way for you to get gems, and in the process of getting them, since that took time, they could be stolen by other players. So sort of only the progression you were making at that particular set of 8 hours could be taken, I think. That gold storage, when enemies attack when they raid you, they can take a percentage of what you have. Okay. Yeah, thanks for telling me about this. Let me get rid of these. Played it for a little while. You could socket your totem with certain gems. It would keep those gems safe. Others could be stolen. Yeah. I think it was the opposite of that. I think by putting them in your totem, they were the ones that could be taken and everything else was safe. But putting them in your totem was how you upgraded them. Hey Akka. Considerations after brainstorming. I brainstormed for 30 minutes on botland, and this is what I had written down. Is my opinion pretty abstract. The only way to do PvP automation is to make it a long setup and a way to determine which by itself isn't fun. If the player has interaction during the game, it really isn't automation, it's just an RTS with programmable AI. Successfully implement automation. A game that is puzzle solving with automation. Yeah, so this conclusion is what I was trying to pursue today too. I think that's so I was just kind of, like I wrote this rambling for a bit section down here. I said I think long running automation is not a good idea. So I just think battles should be more massive. And that's it. That's what I did. And I think that's actually pretty good. So there are now 10 bots on the attacker side, 10 on the defender side. Maybe you work your way up to the point where you've got like 20 versus 20. I think that can be interesting. Starting new players with like 10 bots though, that's probably a lot, but still, we'll figure something out. Okay, so let's go back to here. Consider a game mode like Battle Royale. Players enter the arena, and as the battle progresses, the arena shrinks. Last man standing type event. Yeah, I've seen that in H1Z1, or as most people I guess say, H1Z1. I've seen that. I think that any sort of free-for-all game, you'll have players who team up without being able to team up in the game. So in a game like H1Z1, you just say, don't shoot me. And then the other player doesn't shoot you. And then when there are two people left standing, one of you wins. Like, cool. You kind of won for your team, but teams weren't supposed to be in the game. So I don't like the idea of a free-for-all kind of game here. I guess, actually, you know what? I think a free-for-all could work in a way. Oh man, I never thought about this. Because when you have manual intervention, you can make a free-for-all. You can subvert the rules of a free-for-all. But if you can't control your automation... no, never mind. I was going to say... It actually doesn't matter what I was going to say. I'll still say it though. So imagine a big plus sign. And so the player spawns in each one of these like prongs of the plus sign. So you have this sort of setup, and a player spawns here, 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 and here. And if these were scrambled after you set up your AI, then you don't know whether your friend is going to be at this side or if they're going to be across from you or something. So you're just going to be randomly attacking. But at that point, like, what's the strategy? But anyway, I think the track that I've been pursuing as of late is possibly a good track. So I want to continue to pursue it and answer some of these questions. It does sound more right. I guess in Botland the resource would be Botcoin. Probably Botcoin at that point. Maybe there'd be, I don't know if there's like a standard currency and a premium currency. These are the kinds of things I need to think about here. Botcoin would be used to buy a new bot chassis. Buying hardware could cost scrap, so refilling your attacking army would cost a combination of both. It would mean that if you're on a winning streak, you can stockpile hardware for a few if you lose. Would you ever consider pivoting away from combat to something like, I don't know what this is. Oh, it's something like this. No, I don't think so. I think the idea that's going on right now, I think this is good. I think this can definitely work. You could go last team standing. Yeah, and then you need to answer the question of why are teams desirable in a game like this? And I'm not saying that's an impossible question to answer. I just think there are a lot of cons whenever you have teams in a game. So, in any sort of role based game, like Team Fortress 2, League of Legends, having teams is important because you need a multitude of roles. So, you individually have heroes who you can kind of classify as like rock, paper, and scissors. And so, if it was just one versus another, like chances are that hero will always win. And like that's not a fun game to have. So, teams are necessary in a game like League of Legends. Makes sense, and it does a good thing for the game. But the bad thing that it does for a game is that if you're a single player who wants to play and you don't have a team and you're playing against a team of 5 coordinated people, you're almost certainly going to lose all of the time, assuming your skill levels are equal. And so with Botland, I think that if there are meaningful decisions for you to make, that means that there's different skill levels of players. And then if you have teams, that you would want the teams to be on an even footing. And how do you accomplish that? And then queue times get longer. And I feel like there are a lot of other things to consider there. Let me not be dependent on idiots. I think teams can be good when it's optional. So in a game like World of Warcraft, you can level up from 1 to the max level completely on your own. But if you want to get better gear at the end, well, I guess they're not optional. You can't you can't solo end game dungeons. Anyway, you could level up in dungeons with a team if you want, but you don't have to. Whereas a game like Final Fantasy 11, no way. When I played that game, you had to be in a party, and you needed like, oh god, that game was terrible when it first came out. Still don't know why people played that. They've apparently addressed a lot of those issues, but I have a hatred for that game. Played it for way too long too. Must say, nothing annoys me more than when a game has multiple types of currency. The Division, for example, they have normal currency, then Dark Zone currency, then Phoenix credit, then Intel points, etc. Also, most games have multiple currencies. Even not free to play games, I guess, will sometimes have multiple currencies. Like StarCraft, in the game you have two currencies, and most free to play games have two currencies of like a premium and a regular one. But anyway, okay, so all of that I think is a bit of a distraction from what I'm actually doing right now. I've already kind of decided that there won't be teams in this game, and it's going to be a lot of units running their automation very quickly, and that you won't have influence over the automation after it's already happened. So yeah, let's continue on this track. So in King of Thieves, so let's write this out for people who aren't familiar with it. So in King of Thieves, in order to get more wealth, and I haven't played this game in a long time, so I would probably need to install it again and try it out. But in order to get more wealth or more gems, you had to put them in your totem and then protect the totem. This was the only time that you could lose something. At least I think it was the only time you could lose something, is when you were progressing. But they had levels in that game too. If you make the programming part more advanced, then the game would be much funner and more challenged. Maybe you should have multiple difficulties, easy, no programming, hard. Yeah, Law Beginner, I think something like that could be done if programming distinguishes people, like good players from bad players. But the analogy I always use here is a card game, like Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone. Deck building is very difficult to do in all card building games. It's just a hard challenge to come up with a synergistic set of cards that work well in a match in the meta game, and you have a lot to consider. But guess what? Like, I'm going to make up a number here. 80% of the players who play those games just don't make decks. They just go online, they say, oh, yeah, here, these cards, they spend $200 and they've got a deck now. And you cut out a whole lot of decision making. So you might say, if you were designing a game like Magic the Gathering, you might say, we're going to have tournaments where you know how to make a deck, and we're going to have tournaments where you don't know how to make a deck. But that would fail in the sense that, like, you don't need to know how to make a deck. So what they did instead is they have drafting tournaments where the focus is to make decks. But that's not like the main way that you play the game. So in the same sense, we could have a mode like that for Botland, but I don't think it'd be the main way that you play the game. So I think having pre-made scripts, having very understandable snippets of scripts, I think all of those are the tools that we give players. And like me, I don't really want to code for Botland either. I want to come up with some stuff and have the control that I need in the game, but like this is a script I made earlier. This is totally fine. This is like what? 5 snippets essentially. I could reform this whole thing by just doing this, by taking the set closest enemy, whatever. Like, I'm taking entire blocks out of the menus over here. And I think that when you do something like this, it's pretty easy for people to understand. If they don't want to do this, I don't think they should be forced to do it. But like there, I mostly formed the same thing. I know it's not exactly the same. That took me like 10 seconds. As you get better at the game, you can form that faster. You can come up with what the logic is that you want, or don't. Just use the pre-made scripts, and that's totally fine. Just drag something onto your bot and be like, yeah, this looks pretty good. Oh, I don't want shield. Let's take that out. Okay, done. Like, I think this level of changes, this is fine. Oh, whoa. Super Gadalhas. Haven't seen you in a long time. It's been a really long time. How's it going? There's also tons of resources out there, deck builder tools. There are, but I still think that probably the majority of players are going to take a deck that exists and change a couple of cards or a few cards, maybe because of the meta game or because of personal preference. But in general, I don't think they're going to make large tweaks. In a case, I think you're talking about ECMA, the ECMA standard versus the JavaScript language, but I'm not positive. Going to head off in a few hours. For a few hours. Okay, cool. Thanks, Delzy. Deck builder tools. Oh, equals Blockly. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, although you still need to know, like, I'm not going to get into the particulars of this, but all right, let's get back to the design of this and figure out what is the cost to play. How does this all work? So this was the only time you could lose something was when you're progressing. This worked because progressing was the way that you, because progressing was necessary to level up. Because progression, no, I don't know what to say here. Progression led to more powerful dungeons and better defense against enemy dungeons in the form of life or I don't know what else there was. Excuse me. Hey Cashews and Thinkulum. I understand the point, but please make some kind of programming skills battle. I'd love to challenge my friends. So LOL Beginner, I think if you want that, you should play a different game. Like, that is not a goal of Botland. And while we could eventually have a game mode that does that, I think it's important to say that it's not a goal of the game. Like, you can play apparently Halo 5 and like turn it into a racing game if you want to. But that wasn't the goal of the game. Like, players had to make a mod or whatever custom map. I don't know how it works. I'm actually just probably making things up at this point. But fine, StarCraft is a game where I know you can make custom maps. And you can make a racing game out of StarCraft if you want. But I think it's important to say, like, Blizzard would probably take a very harsh stance on, like, StarCraft is not a racing game. And then not really do much more to support it than give the players the tools to do that. So if you want to turn Botland into a programming match and, like, play against your friends who are trying to program, then awesome. But, like, I don't think that's a goal of mine. And yeah, different game modes, that's totally reasonable. I could see that happening at some point. I think the first part is coming up with canonical Botland experience, making sure it's good, prototyping it, like, and just doing it. And that's my goal right now. So progression led to more powerful dungeons and better defense against enemy dungeons. So what was the reason why I would want to progress? I should play this game again. Yeah, I think I should play King of Thieves again. Find other games with PvE/PvP style of offline play and try those out too. And I'm sorry if I sound very like dismissive about this, LOL Beginner. That's not my. I mean, my intention is to have a goal and to pursue that. And I guess by virtue of pursuing that, there are a lot of things that are being dismissed. But it's not my goal to say like that idea sucks. No, there's no way it's going to happen. Like I want to have a reason for doing things. Can you have a pointer variable that contains the address of another variable in JavaScript? They're not like pointer variables. You can have references to things, so like an object, for example. But they using that terminology, it's slightly different from what you're used to in, let's say, C++. Okay, so how did this work the way that they did? So you lose your troops, which cost resources to train. So you can attack, you're just weakened. You can always play, that was more our point. Okay. Alright, so in this, I guess what we'd have to say is we could have something like you can upgrade your computer, which lets you have more bots. By having more bots, they are getting money for you. You should install the Android SDK and play it on stream. Yeah, I might do that. So here's what I'm thinking. So in Botland, upgrading your CPU, upgrading your computer could increase your Botcoin mining operation. So this is a way for you to get money. And yeah, thank you, Lum. I feel like this is why this document is up to what, 28 pages now. It's just crazy. Also, I need to grab some water. I'll be right back. Do you want Android Studio or just the CLI? I might have Android Studio already. Let's take a look. No. Well, not there at least. I might have it installed on my E drive. Do I even have an E drive? Yes, okay, I do. Android. Would it be, where is it typically installed to? Is it like, is Google in the path somewhere? Like, how would I find this? Or is it in app data? User app data, what, local Google? I don't think I have it. Yeah, I don't think I have it, but whatever, I can check that later. Genymotion works great for me on Android and PC. I've heard good things about that emulator. Oh, local/Android. Oh, let me check again really fast then. No, so I don't have it there. Do I have it? Sorry, I'm checking this off screen because I don't know what's installed right now. All right, no, I don't have it. I had to check 2 different hard drives. Okay, so upgrading your computer could increase your Botcoin mining operation, which provides you with Botcoin every so often. I guess, you know what though, wait, where was this? The gold storage thing, that exact same thing happened in King of Thieves. Also in King of Thieves, you had gold generation and storage, which forced you to log in every so often to harvest your gold. To record, my vote's still to have live PvP. You just need to make the world big enough that the units aren't all in one place, making it not so frantic. And the players think of scriptings and placements out before adding their units to the mix. Think of large map with choke points and such. Clash of Clans style would be fun too, just mentioning what sounds most fun to me. So Venrix, I think the issue is that the idea is fun, but I think that the implementation doesn't work out to be fun. So I don't think there's a way to I don't think there's a way to accomplish that. And I think the reason why it all boils back down to this. Like if it's automation, you want it to run slow enough so you can make changes, but fast enough so that you can see the changes being made. And I don't think that would work in a PvP setup. I'm totally open to ideas about that. I just think that the last month of me changing Botland around, and I added in factories and CPUs and heroes and waypoints and what were the other things? Spawners at 1.2. All of those things were like, hey, let's let you make decisions during a match. You could also change your blueprint, you could change your script, and I don't think any of it led to a more fun game. I think that we would have had to set things up in phases somehow, and then if you run into phases, you either run into like you're waiting for another player to do something, in which case it becomes sort of like player versus player but turn based, or you're each making decisions during the same time, in which case it's like, are you responding to what the enemy did? Are you predicting what they're going to do? I'm not sure. Wow, it's great job, not good job. Okay. All right. Anyway, I think, like I said, I'm open to ideas there, and Venrix and EJ, if you want to propose something, but I think you should keep in mind how the last month of development has gone, where like I just couldn't come up with a way to make it fun. And I'm not saying there isn't a way. I'm just saying that it might take another, let's say, 3 months to do that. And then is it worthwhile to spend all that time when this could be a very fun idea? So yeah, and Wouter, I don't want to rip off another game, definitely. I think just having automation and having kind of the setup that I have right now is already very different from games that exist out there. I think that as far as progression goes and like monetization and everything else, that's where you need to change the game into like systems that have been proven to work. Because I'm not, I don't know. I like imagine if you could just play this game as long as you want and keep trying to take over the defender. I think it would also lose some impact for the game. And Clash Royale. Yeah, I've seen enough Clash Royale recently where I think I understand how they did things, or what the game is about, I should say. They have the card collecting mechanic, the randomness during a game of which cards you'll get, the ever increasing resources. Units are automated, but not in a way you can control. And there's what, like two towers. Gigalol? Thelzy, can you just copy the image URL and paste it in the chat? What's the best way to propose potential ways for making it work? Is there a public Google Doc? Don't want to spam the chat and absorb too much attention. Venrix, we usually use just bpaste if people are sending something to me. There isn't a public Google Doc or anything. This one's public for viewing if you want to see this one, but this is different set of ideas, I guess. Because Venrix, I think you should probably just propose things directly in chat if you want me to respond to them as they come up. Because I think I've tried or thought about a lot of things. And I think that most of them I at least have a reason for why I think they would or wouldn't work. And like I said, I think at the end of all of this, you need to think of like, is automation just hampering you? Do you have to add enough game mechanics where it turns into an RTS, but where your units are just programmed? Because I think in those cases, it's like you still want manual control, or the scale of the game would have to be so large. I think that's another way that this could work. I think is the scale of the game is so large that you can't control everything, but that you know that automation is a way to play it. And then I think computing resources become an issue. of like I can't I can't afford the servers for even just 10 people at that point because you need like a dedicated machine for each one. Oh, I've seen this in Forzin's chat. That's pretty scary. That is pretty scary. Okay, so if we were to provide you with Botcoin every so often, we could have extra hard drives for storing Botcoin. I guess they'd be like Botcoin wallets. EJ, those links all require a Connect Twitch feature. Connect Twitch. Can you just take the images? So if you... So I guess the important thing in Clash of Clans was you're not directly losing gold though. And what else I was gonna say here? Oh yeah, so Thelzy, if you don't mind explaining just one other thing, what do you stand to gain by attacking a defender? So you told me about things that you lose as the attacker, but what do you lose as the defender? Or are you just weakening that defender so that they, well, no, you'd want to gain something by winning, right? I guess there are two separate questions. One is, in COC, what do you lose as a defender? And in COC, what do you gain as an attacker? So the way I was thinking about this is, without hearing what Clash of Clans is doing, I would just have like one currency that there is to lose and a currency that there is to win, and it would just be Botcoin. Like, you win a match, you get some Botcoin. You lose a match, you lose some Botcoin. By attacking, you steal some of their resources, so if you successfully attack, you take a percent. Oh yeah, you did tell me about that actually. Yeah, you get a percentage of their resources. And so you lose. A successful attacker gets a percentage of the defender's resources. Hey, Wraithy. The LOL meta's pretty hot right now. So now we're making Clash of Clans? No, I think the style that I'm talking about here of this asymmetrical offline botland, I think that's the interesting thing. And now what I'm thinking about is how do you have a cost for attacking and defending? How do you monetize this game? I think Clash of Clans is different in that you're not writing scripts. And I haven't played Clash of Clans still. I want to after having designed most of these things so that I'm not like, oh god, wow. Yeah, I want to play those games after this to figure out what they do well and what actually works in that game. But I think that what I wrote down before even talking about Clash of Clans here was this. If you're able to take on anyone you want, there needs to be a cost to play. That way there's a penalty for failing. If there's no penalty, you'll just always fight people who are weaker than you, so you're guaranteed to win. Ultra lol. Wow. So the defender can lose a percentage of their resources over the span of a day to avoid people logging in and finding nothing. Yeah, so I think I wonder if just cooldown on your bots I hate Capillara. The left side shows the available resources steal. So the gold they steal isn't actually stolen. Interesting. That's another thing I was thinking of too, which is that this defender has a jackpot on them, but it's not actually taken from them. But no, there needs to be a reason. No. There has to be a reason for the defender wanting to defend. If there isn't, then defenders would have nothing. Maybe in Clash of Clans you're forced to have something just by having a whatever they call it, a castle. But if a defender has no reason to defend, then they'll just put nothing in their computer, and then yeah, everyone who comes in will get whatever money there is to be taken, and it's just a way of saying like, yeah, here, cool. It's like making concede bots in Hearthstone. Successful defense equals experience. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I see. So then what I said is, what's at stake for the defenders? Defenders need to lose something when they're not successful, otherwise they have no reason to make a good defense. Alternatively, they could just not gain anything. That way they're incentivized but not required to have a good defense. Top of the UI. Clash of Clans. I don't totally know what this means. Loot gained. Yeah, I think I'll play this later, and I'll figure out what's going on. They can't just keep on losing something infinitely, though. I think it'd be cool to have a higher multiplier. If attackers attack the same defender, then they'll win. So you need a cooldown period. In general, what's the stake need to be some form for your progression. Yeah. They can steal the loot. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I think this is important to write down. What's at stake needs to be some form of your progression. Whether it's regressing or just not advancing the defender. I wonder how they prevent exploiting this. So as a defender, yeah, I guess just having you lose something is the most reasonable thing. And that way you have a reason to go attack that player too. It creates an incentive. I think that by having the defender lose something, it creates an incentive to go get that thing back. That adds to the PvP aspect of this game. If the defender doesn't lose anything, yeah, the whole thing about progression. Unmod Inc. Okay, I still want to go back to the cost of this thing. Okay. So, yeah, what if you had stamina on each bot and you could only have a certain number of bots? The other thing I need to think about is what's there's like defender bots and attacker bots, I guess. monetization point could be hardware and number of bots. What if you lost bots? I don't know, losing bots is an interesting thing. I don't know if this does good things for the UI either. I think I should go get lunch, and then when I come back, I should get to planning this. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Personally, against the bot stamina idea, don't limit someone's gameplay artificially. Let them play what they want. Just make them have to work harder or better at the game to keep playing. Yeah, but I feel like there needs to be a cost to attacking. It sounds like these other games stop you from playing too. If there's a way to accomplish that in Botland, I think that would be good. I'm just not sure how. Like, yeah, if I still think this is what's saying there needs to be a cost. And another way of saying there is a cost is that there is a way of you not affording the cost. Like, if you're losing bot coin every time that you make an attack, then eventually you could run out of bot coin. Assign a cost to playing, but not a lockout system like stamina. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, got it. I got it. So you don't have a problem with you not being able to pay the cost, but you're saying the cost shouldn't be time based. Yeah, okay. So anything that is time based can eventually force you out of the game. So most stamina systems would be out. Having a bot coin cost could work. That way you can still be forced out, but at least it's a different way of saying time in most of these games, though. Ran out of a resource that you control. Yeah, okay, so this rewards good players and allows them to keep playing, which means players will want to get better and make good decisions during the game. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. So I think just having a bot coin cost. Okay, I'm gonna give you a point for that, Zala, because I think that's a good set of reasons you brought up. So attacking should cost bot coin for now. I think we figure that out, and then we figure out what other things you can do with bot coin. Yeah, attacking should cost bot coin. I think losing a defense should pay up a portion of the bot coin that you have available up to a certain point. Yep, I'll still have to figure out the rest of this. So this is where I left off. I'll just write Wilo here. Alright, I gotta go get lunch. I gotta eat some food. I will see you guys after lunch. I'm gonna go for about probably 40 minutes or so. Then I'll be back for a little over 4 hours when I come back. And then yeah, it's gonna be more brainstorming. I don't think we'll get to any prototyping today. I think there's too many questions left to answer. So yeah. Oh, lunch. There we go. I should take Beckbot off the lunch list. Let's rerun this command without Beckbot, that cheater. Remove Beckbot from lunch BRB. There. Okay, yeah. So I'll see you guys after lunch. Thank you for watching so far. Hope you've been enjoying. And catch you later. Take Mike off the list too. Hey, Official Rossi. Yeah, I don't blame you for wanting to leave. That's why I had the ETA there, so that if you do want to go, you know when to come back at least. So yeah, where I left off was here. I was thinking attacking should cost bot coin in some sense. This means that attacking could put a cooldown on your bots that you alleviate via bot coin. Which means that the stamina system for bots could actually work if you could repair your bots. That you refill. Okay, so what do I want to do though? Like if your bots are broken, let me think about this. I guess part of this is like, what are the requirements of this? It sounds like I've gotten to the point where this is the conclusion here, that it needs to cost bot coin. It just needs to. All right, so let's see how we could do this. Let's write this over here. So most stamina systems would be out unless there was a way to spend bot coin to either get stamina or repair your bots. By having a bot coin cost, you can still be forced out. You can still be locked out of the game, but at least it's because you ran out of a resource that you control. Okay. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable. I don't know how exactly it should look. If you have a stamina system, for bots that will automatically regenerate over time, then that encourages you to own more bots and use different ones when attacking. What did I have for lunch? I had a sandwich. Again, contents unknown. So this would also mean that your bots need to be locked into certain hardware. Otherwise, you're not. Otherwise, you're exhausting bots, not stamina on a particular bot. You should rename stamina to ink. Or electricity or something. Could be any number of things. Yeah, and this is why all these systems are together, and why I need to think about what's best and what do I want out of this. So, like, getting hardware in the game and having to make the decision. So the game starts, and you're like, oh man, the best thing would have been to have a reflect bot. I think at the time of the game hasn't really started. Yes, the timer's counting down because I haven't prototyped this the best that I could. But what really is happening here is that you are. Oh, actually, I thought of some other things here. Anyway, what's really happening is that you're just seeing, do I want to attack this person? So there would be a cancel button or something here where you could just choose not to. So you don't need to be able to edit these during a match or something. Jacqueline says, what do you do to stay motivated and disciplined? The stream is actually the number one reason why I'm even streaming in the first place was for accountability. So I find it much easier to focus on something when there are people watching you and keeping you accountable. Like, I don't think you guys have ever seen me go on Facebook or something like that, unless there was a reason. I said ahead of time, like, I'm going to show you guys blank. Most people, including myself actually, if I wasn't on stream, I would just be like, okay, new tab, home button, oh, what looks good? YouTube, Twitch, like, do I want to go on Reddit right now? And that'd be it. I would come across a problem and I do that. So I think streaming is a really good way to affect that. Other than that, I think there are a lot of motivation tricks that you should use until you actually have a habit formed. So there are a lot of motivation tricks you can use, like just changing location, for example. Go to a coffee shop instead of working from where you are now. Block things on your router so that you can't access the sites you'd normally go to. That way there's more effort put into getting around it. I think there's a lot you can do. But yeah, for me, it's mostly the stream for this. Also, it's that I've set up my entire life around Botland right now. Like, I had to quit my job to do this. I don't have an infinite amount of time here. I'm burning through a budget. So everything needs to kind of align to making Botland successful. Otherwise, there will have gone a lot of time in my life. Yeah, wow, that was reason number 2, your presence. Definitely. Yeah, so as far as locking you in on certain bots, is that what would that do if we did lock hardware to particular bots, i.e. the bot bay concept? So pros and cons. I guess pros, there's an item sync in the game. I don't know if that's a good thing. But cons are that you aren't encouraged to experiment with different bots. Your stream keeps you motivated because you have viewers, but all of your viewers are neglecting their responsibilities. We're prisoners. Yes, I've essentially stolen your motivation. No, some people actually they said that they've watched me as they're coding too, so I'm just background noise for them. And that's nice. That way it's symbiotic. You're motivating me, I'm motivating you. Is the Sync a pro? It is for the sake of game design, I think. Is it a pro for players? I think that would just be like the way of the world. But yeah, this is a game design pro. But you aren't encouraged to experiment with different bots. This makes me think, what if you just had an inventory? You could use the inventory however you want. Duplicates of items weren't necessary. Because if it's not a monetization point, then it doesn't really matter, I guess. Can confirm that's still at work and coding at the moment. I'm listening to you while I am useless in chat. If I'm not useless in chat, then I work on travel articles. I see. And then you just stop paying attention altogether. I'm not going to use the mechanical keyboard. All right, so let's look at progression because I think this is what matters. So bots leveling up, computer upgrades, bots leveling up individual hardware. So one of my conclusions from this is that I think leveling up a computer is important. Leveling up your computer sounds like a great idea. I was not just all about bots. Yeah. So where do I write this? Reasons why an item sync wouldn't have worked in the original Botland because it was a team game. Yep. Pros and cons of any item sync. Maybe when you lose enough matches, the enemy gets to take a bot from you. Doesn't make sense, though. I don't like that system. Wow. Nice, Walter. So items progress, items drop. This system Botland uses now. Items drop and you're able to apply them to a blueprint. I think this is straightforward. Equipping items exists most games, and by having items, you know what options are available to you. There's an inventory that you have to manage, but I don't think it's like a difficult inventory. I think another pro is that this gives players the most freedom. If you have lasers, then you can put it on any bot. And the game becomes less about how to manage an inventory and more about what you want to do. So there's an inventory that you have to manage. I don't think this is such a big deal because there aren't going to be tons of different pieces of hardware. Do you receive anything in return for those articles? Oh, you're asking Water. I doubt it if it's a wiki page. Yeah, so you're going to have sets of bots that work for different cases. I want you to have the freedom to try things out. I guess what we could do is we could say like we could go somewhere in between the two concepts where when a bot has hardware equipped to it, the hardware is consumed. So if you want 2 bots with lasers, you need 2 lasers items. If you want 10 bots with lasers, you need 10 lasers items. So what are the pros and cons of this? I think by virtue of probability, this means that most players will have a variety of items. I think the inventory could be a pro or neutral. I like that. I like inventories. Yeah, I think listing under neutral is fine. Oh, really, Wouter? You have your own wikis? Do you make like decent money from that? So note that by virtue of probability, this means that most players will have a variety of items. So pros, the variety leads to options that a player has available at any time. However, the con is that the variety means that when you want a strategy with 10 reflect bots, you can't do it. What else is important about variety? Oh yeah, another con is that most defenses are probably... I imagine that the best defenses will be ones with lots of variance. So having to work your way up to that point sounds better to me than just starting with it. Can't link them, but I work on a voluntary basis. They give me monthly refunds for the costs I make and some extra. Oh, nice. That's really good. Well, sure, they can tell you to stop or that they don't need you anymore, but until then, I mean, most jobs can do that, right? Huh. That's pretty nice. Yeah, I'm taking the adhesive strip off of this completely. I already took it off of the other side. Now it's covered in gunk. Oh wow. There. Now I can if I want, instead of like dangling it around myself, I could just stick it. Programming, everyone. This is what programming is all about. People ask, should I learn Python or JavaScript? No, you should buy a light strip first. Okay. So I think one of the things that I like is if if something is progressing, if they're items or if you have to get those items, that I don't know. Also, darn it, I shouldn't have taken that off. Now I can only wear this in like a certain way because it's sticking to me and will continue to stick to me for another like couple of days. Hey, Galloping Cow. Galloping Cow, I think I said 2 messages to you. No, just one maybe. Which was what exactly? Where did I say this? Oh yeah, lunch BRB is the command that you use to get onto that screen. Yeah, so right now, if like these bots are all doing kind of the same thing, then they are counterable. So I can put down mostly just reflect bots and beat them. There. And I think that's nice and that there's a strategy that beats them. I think I need to test out what happens when there is not one cohesive strategy that beats them. Yeah, let's try that out. And then I think having to pay for the variety could be interesting. Like, you upgrade your computer so that you can have 10 bots on defense. Cool, great. Now, what if the 10 bots all had to be the same kind of bot, though? I think that'd be interesting that you could only have like 1 or 2 kinds of bots on defense. I think there are different goals for attackers and defenders. I think that's what I'm learning right now. The variety means that when you want a strategy with 10 reflect bots, you can't do it. I imagine the best defenses will be ones with lots of variance, so having to work your way up. Yeah, so I wonder if you built your defense bots differently from how you built your attack bots. What if you built your defense bots differently from how you built the attack bots? Maybe your computer has printers attached at any time, and that dictated which defense bots you had available. That way you were locked into 1 to 3 blueprints. I'm not sure. Hey Q. Okay, so right now we have this playing out where you've got these bots with artillery in the back. I think having artillery in the back is good, but I also want to make this bot artillery and this bot artillery. So some of the ones in the front. In fact, I want to make all the front-facing ones should be artillery, I think. So let's do that. So this is at what? 16 comma something. I don't know what it is. 16.5, sure. That sounds good. Yeah, let's make these 3 artillery bots. And now let's try that out. Okay, so good. I did that. Now I'm going to deploy the same reflect strategy. I don't think it's going to work any longer. So I just put 9 bots down. 1, 2, whoops. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There, let's try that. I don't think it actually mattered too much there. I want to see if there's any problem with letting people have variety. I guess we're going to need another bot now. Well, we know what the enemy's doing. No, this is something we'd have to determine through prototyping, I think. Any plan to have saved teams and formations? Also, what restrictions are there on where you can start your bots within the grid? So having saved teams and formations, yes, I think so. I think how you do this in the future will be different. I think the way that this would, like this UI would work such that this is much easier to do. So imagine that I have this bot selected over here and it acts like it's just a paintbrush at that point. So I'm like, okay, I want this bot like here, 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 here. And that's like this color here. So that's the blue bot. And then I have another bot that's selected with another color. Like you're just painting at that point of like, okay, these are support bots, so I want to put that here, 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 here. So would you want a saved formation? Like maybe, but if these tools were easier so that it only took you a few clicks to actually do this, I think that'd be fine. Right now, because you have to drag, it's more obnoxious than it has to be. Hi, Cooks. What else? Yeah, so are there any restrictions on where you can place your bots in the grid? You eventually, I don't think you should be able to place your bots like right next to the enemies. I think that's something we won't allow. Although maybe you can, I don't know. But as a defender, I think you should be able to place your bots anywhere because it's like it's your computer. This is sticking everywhere. What's your goal with Botland? Like, would you take in-app purchases or earn from ads? So there'd be in-app purchases, definitely. And that was always the goal. And so the original monetization model of Botland is listed there, but I don't think that's how things are going to end up. And see you, Wouter. You have a good night. Please don't riot. So yeah, let me start this thing off. This new Botland is a lot more interesting. It'd be very cool to have something like a 3-round match. Pick the team of bots you want to deploy. Your opponent does the same. The round plays out. Each round you adjust progressively. Rock, paper, scissors, ask. Yeah, you're picturing like a player versus player setup. And I think that if we did that, a lot of these issues might be different. Like we wouldn't need to solve them the same way. But Draclin, I don't know if it's interesting enough, because part of the way that this works is you see a thing play out over here. So you've got like, oh, there's artillery and missiles. I'm gonna put down whatever, and so I know this is really tedious to watch, but I'm gonna put down a bunch of bots that are not going to work. So I've got, let me just do this. Okay, I've got a bunch of bots that I put down that are not the best for this situation, and I start the match, and now they're going to lose. I hope. Yeah, they lost pretty decisively. So you tried that and you're like, okay, that strategy clearly didn't work. Let me adjust. I think if you were playing against another player, at that point, that was your turn essentially. And now it's their turn to do something. And, although actually, you bring up an interesting idea. I didn't think about this before. Hang on, let me write this out. Right here, maybe there are two games going on in parallel. One player A is the attacker and one player B is the attacker. Yeah, what if this was basically all of the ideas from the PvE setup, but you're watching the other player try to take down your defense while you try to take theirs down? That could be interesting. Sorry, I saw something on the floor. That could be interesting. I do wonder how it would work. Like, you would have two arenas that you would need to look at. And there need to be some restrictions to this. And, like, yeah, a lot would change, I think. How would this change things? You'd still set up your defense ahead of time. Like, I guess the question is, yeah, I'll write this down. The question is, do we gain anything Obsibo is fun. Do we gain anything by having this be PvP? That is, if you aren't interacting with half of the game, the defense side, then you don't really care that it's playing out. Or maybe it's a race to see who can topple the enemy's defense faster. I don't know if I like the concept of having to code faster than an enemy. So I would want players to be able to work at their leisure. Okay, official royalty. Draclin, what do you think about this? Because I think in a game like StarCraft, you have the same, if you're both the same race, then you have exactly the same tools that your opponent has. And ideally all of the maps are set up in such a way that it doesn't favor one side over the other. So when you've been playing 1,000 games of StarCraft and you play another Terran versus Terran, you're playing exactly the same sort of setup as when you played your first game of StarCraft, Terran versus Terran, but you have more knowledge about the game. And you're also faster at that point, probably. But the game didn't do anything to make you better. It was you as a player who got better. In Botland, I feel like you can set up whatever defense you want. We can slowly unlock how you can set up that defense. But then, what is making the game fun? Like, I guess you're just doing this sort of puzzle solving. It'd have to be like who can do this better than the other player? Because there needs to be some sort of competitive aspect to it. There has to be some form of competition if we're going to pursue this route. Either that you're trying to win faster than your enemy can win, in fewer phases than your enemy, with fewer bots than your enemy used, etc. And I don't know what would be interesting there. The way I picture this would be there are two totally different arenas. So you have Arena 1 and 2. In this, you're the defender. In this, you're the attacker. So you've got, I don't know, a whole bunch of things set up. But then you're watching, I don't know what this turns into. Hey, Nilox, what keyword do I have? Can't you just make it go on turn? Like first you defend and the enemy attack and then reverse? You could, but I guess the question is what decisions are you making? So for example, if you're the defender in this case, there's no decision for you to make. You set up your defense way ahead of time and you're like, hey, here's the defense I want to use. So now the enemy tries attacking you and they do something like this. And they're like, I don't know, they only have 2 bots for some reason. And like clearly this is going to lose. So it does lose. Now as a defender, you're like, okay, they just lost against me. Are you going to actually change what you've done? If you see that they lost, then you would not want to change anything. And if they won, then they won and the game's over, I'm guessing. So I don't know exactly what would happen in those cases. And so I think another way of thinking about this could be, okay, well the game, like both players have symmetry here. So it's not that one player is defending a CPU. They're both defending their CPU. So there's both a blue CPU and a red CPU, and the red team has to defend the red one. And in that case, still, what are the decisions you're making during a match? Like, you need an incentive for venturing away from your CPU. so that you don't just clump around like the red team has done. Because watch this. If I deploy a bot like up here, the red team won't even move until I'm finally in range. They're just going to shoot lasers to the left side. And that's not interesting. There's no incentive for them to move because all their only objective is defend this. And moving away from that is getting farther from their objective. So I don't know how to make the player versus player experience here interesting, and I don't know if it's necessarily better or that anything's gained by it. But I just haven't. Maybe there's some idea I haven't stumbled across yet, and there's some way to accomplish this. I just don't know what it would look like. I think by having asymmetry, you don't need to incentivize certain things. And I think that's one of the interesting things to write here. Symmetry in the game. You don't need to incentivize many actions for each player. You can give each one a goal and have everything work toward that. For example, the way we'd designed Botland originally with CPUs was that you had to defend, was that each player had to defend their CPU. Because the goal is symmetrical, there's no incentive for venturing away from your CPU. I guess this is not a result of asymmetry. You can have an asymmetrical thing where there are still goals that are at odds with each other. But I guess it's just an easier way. I don't know where to write this, but I'm going to write this here for now. The way we designed Botland originally with CPUs was that each player had to defend their CPU. Because the goal was symmetrical, however, if we'd stopped there, then each player would have been heavily incentivized to stay around their CPU and wait for the other one to attack. We needed to add a way for a player to progress and gain power by stepping away from their CPU, but not necessarily getting close to the enemy CPU. This is why we added scrap piles to the game, so that you could harvest them for resources and then build up your army's power. So I don't know if that's a reason to want asymmetry or not, but it is a compelling part to the asymmetry. I think that asymmetry lets us give players different incentives. Necessarily have exactly the same goals. It's important. So I don't know why I even wrote this. This is really neither here nor there. If you made defending a different class, so you could make defense melee and attacker range and made the melee bots charge, then it would split the formation. So all after how to attacker plays, it would make different openings in your defense. I think I see what you're saying. Like, you see that the attacker is using lasers, let's say. So you're like, oh, I have the counter to that. That's reflect. I'll put reflect down. But I think the question is, like, then what's the attacker doing? Like, the attacker had lasers, and now you see that the defender switched to something else. So as an attacker, are you just going to switch too? In which case, it turns into, yep, the enemy used rock. I'm going to use paper. And then the other person's like, the enemy used paper. I'm going to use scissors. And I don't think that would be an interesting game. Yeah, I don't know. I still think the PvE way is probably the way to go. And I think the other thing to figure out here was the, where is this? The cost to play section. Oh, which I was actually focusing on progression for a bit. Yeah, that's right. So I got into a question about, are defenders and attacker bots going to be different in some way? Like, how do you progress in this world? I had some thoughts there that I never really tied up the loose ends to. Oh yeah, variety. I was worried the variety would be too powerful, so I wanted to test this out and see if that was really the case. And it's just a hard thing to test, I think. But I think it's up to players to determine whether that's going to be important or not. And then if it is important, if variety is the strategy that wins no matter what, then I think we would need to mitigate that somehow. That's kind of what StarCraft and Red Alert does, though. Counter games all the time, and at last, it's just the formation of your units that makes you win. No, so Rossi, that's not the case. Like in StarCraft and in Red Alert, in all of those games, it's you, the human, who is enacting those actions. So if it was truly an army composition game, then you would pick which buildings to get. So in StarCraft, it's like, okay, I want Marines, I want Marauders, and I want Medivacs. And then the game would just play out the rest for you. But that's not the case. What's happening is like you want your Marine positioned here to attack that thing, but now you want to like stutter step it backwards and you micromanage it, and then you pick them all up in your Medivac and you move it away. If you automated all of that, the game would be like terribly uninteresting, I think. But because you're the one performing those actions, it becomes a fun game. And you know that your player has those same tools available to them. So I think if you were to automate StarCraft, I don't think it'd be fun. I think you would need to add something on top of it. Or rather, I don't think it'd be fun to the mass public. I think there's a set of people who would enjoy a StarCraft AI writing competition, and they would be programmers, and they would be spending a lot of time coming up with something. And by the way, once they'd written their AI, the tweaks they would be making is such that if anyone else wanted to play the game, they should just copy paste the AI with the highest win ratio, and that would be it. Did you have a good lunch? Yeah, I did. Android emulator incoming. Well, I want to answer some of these other questions first of like, how do I want players to progress in this game? And what do I want them to do? So items drop. This is the system Botland uses now. You're able to apply them to a blueprint. Yeah, I'm actually aware of this. I know that this exists, and I followed some of the StarCraft AI competitions earlier. I just don't think this would make for a fun game. Like I said, if you imagine if this was a GitHub for the best AI for StarCraft, and I was just like, okay, I'm gonna click this, I'm gonna click this, and I'm gonna copy paste all of this into my script now, and I've got it. Like, as a player, if that's a level of decision that I'm making, of like, I'm not a programmer and I still want to play this game, so fine, I'll just take the best AI. Then that's it. The game is now, it's been bypassed entirely. It's like it's like if I changed a card game like Hearthstone, if I said, okay, build a deck, and then you're gonna let two AIs play it, and the AIs have been written by like pro AI programmers who have made the best possible. Let's just say, for somehow this exists, like the best possible decision in every case, they've made it. They've analyzed every possible decision in the universe, and they'll make the best one every time. So all you have to do as a player is make a deck. Would that game be fun? There's a best AI only in relation to other strategies. Well, I'd argue that the the best AI, if you think of the best human StarCraft players, they react to other strategies in such a way that if you took stats for every single game that played out where you went like Marine Marauder and then had to switch mid game to something else, you would know statistically what is the best action to take at any given time. But because you don't know the whole decision tree and you can't traverse it as a human, you make heuristic based decisions, and that shortcuts the actions for you. I played GM Zerg in SC2. I know that's basically human management of the unit that makes you win, but it's still a game based on countering what your enemy does. No, Rossi, I agree with that, but I think that if it was just a game about countering what the enemy does, that it would not be fun. That's the point that I'm trying to make there. Is that StarCraft, if you took out all of the manual action, it turns into, yeah, like a rock, paper, scissors game. You put down siege tanks, I use mutalisks, and I'm going to win 100% of the time. Great. That rock beats scissors as it should. But now when we've got different units and I've got to micromanage the siege tanks, now maybe it's not the best strategy because you can use like one Zergling and get it close enough to my siege tank to beat it. And I think if you could code all of that, that it wouldn't be interesting. This is why I think PvP style is perfect for botland. There's no perfect AI unless there's a broken weapon or mechanic. Otherwise, you need to be reactive, rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, and I think, I don't know. I'm imagining a case where like the best scripts have been written out. The counters are generally well known to things. There's no like strategies that surprise you anymore. In a case like that, what decisions are you making during a game? And that's why I wonder how would PvP end up looking. Like the question you'd need to be able to answer, the question to answer for any game is what decisions am I making during a game, or which actions am I performing during a game? So I think of both of these as kind of the same. So you picture a game like Tetris, the decisions you're making are like where to place the block. And the actions are rotate, move, and I guess drop. And that's it. Like you have what, three actions you can perform in Tetris? And that's fine. And the decisions you can make are again, like where do I place the block? And there's other things you should consider of like, well, if I put it in a suboptimal location, will that be better for the next time? Or considering the probability of the blocks I can drop. So like there's a decision tree in every game, or at least there should be. Otherwise, I would say it's not really a game; it's a simulation at that point. Because if you're not making decisions, it's not interactive. And what would they look like for Botland in a world where it's a PvP game? What about those items that drop? They need parts to be made. I think you already have that planned, but then it takes time in order for that item to be made. Similar to how Warframe does it. But people can pay to speed up that building process. It can be annoying, but that's something I see impatient people paying for. That's true. I actually never really thought of that with this progression system. I should write that down. At any point, yeah, I could say time here. This doesn't directly progress per se, but it's a modifier for everything else. So suppose you want to buy reflect hardware. You could make it be available only X hours after the purchase, and you could speed up the purchase time somehow. It's the difference between a chess botland versus poker bot. There's a big difference when you know everything about the state of the game versus yeah. Perfect knowledge versus incomplete knowledge is definitely something that I've been considering a lot with botland. And I thought if it was a player versus player game, I like having perfect knowledge so that each player knows what's happening and they can plan their strategies around that. And yeah, chess is a good example because you at any given time can see the entire game board. You don't know what your opponent's thinking, but it's not really like part of the game state. The game state is like the position of the pieces. Paying to save time makes a lot of sense too. That's a majority of Clash of Clans microtransactions. 420 time to watch Adam stream. Yeah, I don't want this to be a pay to win game. I think pay to get ahead can be very similar to pay to win in some cases. Like if you imagine in World of Warcraft, what if the only way to level up was to get an inordinate amount of experience points? So you could spend $1 and just put yourself at max level. And sure, that's not at all how most games balance these things. It's usually more money that you have to spend. But still, imagine you did that. then it's like, okay, you'll have a lot of players who are going to be max level. You want the gameplay to still be interesting for them. And then what are you doing to differentiate yourself from other players? I think part of what I need to figure out is what do I want players to get here? Like, what does look different between a high level player and a lower level player? I think army size should definitely play into it to the point where how many bots do I have here? 4, 7, 10, 11. So, what if you could work your way up to 25 bots? So you could just have this swarm of bots over here if you wanted to. Does that make strategy better? I think so. What if someone made a game that's pure pay to win? Isn't that isn't that basically like gambling? I don't mean does that system boil down to gambling. I mean, isn't gambling pay to win? It's really just pay to lose, I guess, all the time. But the only if you're counting number of wins, the only way to increase the number of wins with most gambling is to spend more money. But I know what you're talking about. Like, what if the amount of US dollars you spent on the game was equivalent to your level in the game? So by spending $900, you became level 900, and you beat everyone who just didn't spend any money. Valorant used to be a multiplayer free-for-all arena type thing, right? Now, is the thinking to just be PvE style gameplay, playing through different challenge levels, or is it still up in the air? No, so Draclin, the current model is that like this is a PvE setup right now, but the environment was determined by another player. So in that sense, it's like player versus the creation of a player at some point in the past. So imagine if right now I'm the one who made this by typing in a whole bunch of stuff. Imagine if the game let you, Draclin, do this, and then this was Draclin's defense that I was playing against. So I was like, oh, I want to attack that player, and then I'm like, okay, now I'll put down all my bots and I'll try to figure out how to beat them. And so I got this like set up here, and I say start. And if I lose this, then that's it. Like, too bad for me. And if you lose this, even though you're not present during the game, if you lost this, then you would be like giving me money essentially. So yeah, it's non-real time PvP is a good way of describing it, I guess. And it used to be a free for all arena type thing during the prototype, which I haven't ever shown you guys, but that didn't work for a lot of reasons. Let the player do other stuff like set up map components, tank traps, sandbags, so it's full of map based. Oh yeah. That's the plan. That's definitely the plan. I don't know about all of those different kinds of things, but yeah, I think you should be able to sort of pick where you place your CPU and or maybe not that, but be able to place like walls or pits or put your bots down where you want. But like I like all these decisions. The problem is that they're tied into systems I haven't designed yet. So for example, one very core part of Botland that's been here since the very first inception of the game, well, like a year and a half ago, basically, was this. You can build up a 7 slot bot, and depending on what you put in it, it would be a certain archetype. So, like here, I have melee thrusters armor. This is very clearly like a melee bot. You can't argue it. This is all this bot can do is melee. So, now if I put down something else and I'm like, oh, I really want a support bot, you got a bunch of different things you can do. You can put on repair on the bot. You can put shield on the bot. You could say maybe, no, let's go with level 1 shield and let's go with level 3 EMP or something like that. And like you can make support bots however you want to. I like this concept. I have no idea how you should get these items in the game. I don't know if they should like drop and be consumables or something. Like what if each item just had a time associated with it? Like missiles, it said 8 next to it. And so that meant for the next 8 hours you can use as many missiles as you want. And then after that time, it just went away. And every time you got a new missiles drop, it just kept incrementing this number. Granted, there are a lot of problems with like temporary items in games, I think, but That's what I'm trying to figure out right now is how are you progressing through the game? Like, what do you spend your money on? So I like one of the ideas I think would be really cool is just the only thing you can spend your money on in the game is this button right here. Like you buy salvage packs and then you open salvage packs and they contain all the different items you can get. So I got missiles, I got vampiric lasers, and I got a cosmetic item. I like that. I like that idea. I think you should be able to spend your bot coin on that probably. But then what happens when you have all the items in the game? I don't know. Drop blueprints that players can get, then you can have those other resources that you need to build those things. So I say I love defensive strategy and I want to save for reflects, but I don't care about lasers. Yeah, and I think the goal of this system here was like, hey, I got lasers, but I don't care about lasers. So head over to the store, find the thing you just got, and click the sell button. And I think that's a cool system of like, hey, you're constantly getting new stuff, different things that can change your strategy. I think we need to pursue this. I think the fun factor is there. I just feel like there needs to be an item sync. This is relatively fun to have as a system too, especially if you're buying salvage packs with bot coin or with real money. And new items keep releasing items. So cosmetic items are very easy to keep releasing, I feel. Like we can keep putting in new foot pieces and new torso pieces and new head pieces. I think that's easily doable. I think functional items need to be different enough from existing functional items for them to be desirable. You make your items tradable so people can help friends, and even though they could start selling items outside the game, it would just mean more advertising for your game. Yeah, trading items. Something I hadn't really considered. Because I think what trading items can end up doing in a lot of games is like, hey, here's a high level player who's helping out a low level player, and then they're bypassing the payment structure of the game. And if there's going to be trading for items, I think there needs to be an item sync at that point. Whenever you have an economy like that, there's got to be some way to take things out of the economy. Otherwise, the game just keeps generating, 10 items a day for however many players, and they just never go away. Hey, Olo. So yeah, items drop. You're able to apply them to a blueprint. I think having an item sync in some way is going to be good. Will you choose your opponent, or will it be selected for you? So that's another question I don't have an answer to yet. I don't know how you would find an opponent. Like, presumably you could have friends in the game and you could challenge them whenever you want, and maybe that's just a friendly match or something, and there'd be enemies in the game too, and I don't know how you find them. So I gotta answer those questions eventually. Isn't that solved by inserting level requirement for the gear? Well, yeah, I think I want to steer towards systems of less complexity. And I think a level requirement means that when you start the game, you don't have access to everything, but even if you did, you couldn't use it. I'd rather just gate how you get access to those things. And so not allowing trading is one way to gate access. Like, if you guys think back to Super Mario RPG, if there was somehow trading in that game, I don't think they had any level requirements. So if you got equipment, you could just use the equipment. And then the designers of the game said, all right, you get this level of item at about this time in the game, and so on and so forth. So that's how they managed your progression. But yeah, if there was a level requirement, I guess that's just a consequence of having trading in a game. So it's solving a different problem. Anyway, one of the things I want to think about here, though, is item sync. One of the cons is if you can lose you can lose items that you're currently using, meaning you may be able to lose items that you're currently using. rendering certain bots or defenses unusable. What about a system like League? You can purchase new champions and runes, but no trading. The only sink in that game is that there's so much to get, though. You can never fully catch up. Yeah, and I'm surprised League of Legends is still actually able to release new heroes, and that they're not significant overlap with other heroes. And so part of it is that a new hero is always going to look different from all of the old heroes. Otherwise, it's just a skin, and skins are also something they sell too. But I think in Botland, like I said, I don't think there's so many functional items we can release and still have them be interesting. And remember that this is an automated game, so I always give this example of imagine that you have, let's take a picture of the arena. Imagine that you came up with hardware that dealt damage like this. Here's you, and it deals damage here, here, and here. So this, in a manually controlled game, this like L shape that you have of doing damage, that can be highly desirable because you control when you use it. So you're like, yeah, when everything's in an L shape exactly like this, like I definitely want to use this L shape weapon. But in an automated game, you could detect that this happens, but you put it on your bot ahead of time. So you're hoping that this situation occurs so that you want to use it. And that, Zala, is why I think it's really hard to make a lot of different kinds of items in Botland that you would still want to use. So another way of doing it would be each item has like stats on it. So maybe it's got plus damage, plus life leech, like plus fire resist, the Diablo style or Borderlands style of things. And I think then you run into, I want the best item that I can possibly find. And once I have that, there's no more reason to get items. So I think having an item sync just in the proper sense of like your items don't last forever, or you've got to consume items in order to use them. I think that might be desirable. Let me see. I wrote an entire document on this stuff before too. Let me see if I can pull it up. Oh man, I have so many documents on Botland. I got to do this off screen too, because there's non-Botland stuff that I have here. Botland itemization. Item expiration. Okay, I'll try to merge this over here. Have you ever done any board game design? No, I haven't, Dracklin. Maybe make items rarer than the salvage bags. So you get a blueprint that's rare, but the items to make that blueprint are a lot more plentiful. So when you say blueprint, what are you referring to? Because for me, a blueprint is all the things you see right here. It's the cosmetics on a bot. It's the hardware on a bot, which is these 7 slots, which I have 3, 3, and 1, so that forms 7. And then the script on a bot. So to me, that's what a blueprint is. Cosmetics loadout, which is really head, torso, and foot. The hardware loadout, which is slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know I wrote too many there. And the script. So to me, this is what a blueprint is. And so this is something like the individual hardware is something like lasers. So then hardware is like lasers level 1 or missiles level 2 or something like that. A blueprint is a laser's blueprint is not a laser, but it's using how to craft. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Okay, got it. So yeah, Zala is saying like laser's blueprint is like 1 screw, 2 wires, 1 battery, or something like that. So okay, I think this gets into another system, which is like crafting. So to me, crafting is many reagents turning into many items, whereas purchasing is a few currencies turning into many items. So the question you need to ask with crafting is, do you benefit from having many inputs? Let's use generic terms. a few inputs turning into many outputs. Also, inputs are useless on their own. Also, inputs are very useful on their own. So this is, to me, the difference between crafting and purchasing. I don't think Botland benefits from crafting. Hey, Goggles. I am doing well. There's been a lot going on. I'm in a design hurricane right now, I feel. And I don't mean that in any bad way. I just mean like there's a lot to come up with. I was thinking a blueprint is used to craft an item and you need the materials to build it into the actual item, and maybe it has limited uses. Yeah, so I guess what you're saying is here's another way of saying what Draklyn's system, at least this is my take on it, is you get a lasers, what we call it, voucher, essentially, that you need to redeem by spending Botcoin. Then you have access to lasers. Something like that. I'm not sure if that's what you're saying. Say single use. I don't know how many items you need though. My thing is you unlock one laser, then you can use a laser on all your pots. Benefit of crafting is you get a variety of useful things every game you win or bag you open. Gives a sense of progression even if there isn't really one. If I have an inventory of assorted crafting components and they're both needed for two different blueprints, then I have to make the choice on a laser or rocket with the materials I have. Yeah, you have to make that same choice with purchasing though. Of like, I have 5 gold. I could either buy a sword or a staff. I think crafting adds layers of abstraction that. So some of the cons of a crafting system is there are usually tons of items in the game. Tons of items in the game that have no purpose on their own that you have to manage. So like how many wires do I have in the game? How many batteries do I have? How do I get a battery? What do I form out of like the intermediate crafting components? Because crafting usually implies a tree of building something up. So you have like wire, and wire is such a basic thing that it's used in like 7 different recipes or something like that. But what if it's also used to form a battery? And then what if a battery is used in a whole bunch of these things, or there's like a tree here too? It just makes it, I think, a lot harder of like, hey, I want this item. I don't care how it's formed. Just like give me the item. I think that's why purchasing can be helpful. Using coins to just outright buy the final product sounds fine too, unless you're letting users pay real money to buy coins. Well, there's Draclyn. I think part of this boils down to what requirements would you have on a real money purchase system. So if you spend $1 million on the game, like, shouldn't you be able to get any item you want? So if you imagine a game like Hearthstone, I don't know if you played Hearthstone, you can buy cards. So in Hearthstone, you buy packs. You don't buy cards. So you buy packs with real life money. Let's just look at this system. If you get the card you want, then great. If you don't get the card you want, then you disenchant that card for dust, then use dust to outright purchase the card at a much higher cost. Now, imagine if Hearthstone didn't have dust. You could spend a trillion dollars on the game and never get that one card that you want, because it's all probability, and even if the probability is set to 99% of something, it's possible that you roll a dice 1,000,000 times and never get that thing. Now, granted that I'm using numbers just to illustrate a point that this is how probability works. That's why they have dust in the game. So when you spend $100 on the game, you're guaranteed to get the card that you want if that's the only card you plan on getting, because you can dust all of the other cards and go buy what you want. So I think this is a very desirable quality to have out of a real money purchase system, and that as a player, I might only care about 1 or 2 items. So I should let that player get those 1 or 2 items. So I think even if users could buy coins, that, yeah, they should be able to get the items they want at that point. Like, that's part of the benefit of the system, I think. So my conclusions from this are that we probably should have an item sync. I'm not sure. I'm not positive yet. Probably should have an item sync. And I I don't know how you'll get items and everything else, and why you'd want more items. So right now in the game, we have essentially a Hearthstone system. Like you buy a pack, and so you get this stuff. So I got thrusters, armor, and bulldozer. Oh, I don't want bulldozer torso. I already have that. So I go into the store and I say, bulldozer torso, sell. And there, cool. I go buy what I want, which was really, I don't know, geode torso. Great, I got it. I like that system. But I want to find a way to make it so that yeah, I guess this could devalue. It devalues your real money purchases if you can lose them. I don't know though. I guess it all depends on how you use them. If by placing a bot down, like what if you had? Yeah, okay. Here's something I think I should talk about. If you have a rarity system where players are going to have to grind tons of packs to find something specific, it'd probably be good to have some kind of sink to burn off all the extra stuff you accumulate. How's Hearthstone handle a player having 50? So, Draclin, the way that Hearthstone handles having 50 of a card is this system. You disenchant the card and you get dust. Because in Hearthstone, there's exactly one reason to ever keep more than 2 of any card. And that reason is really obscure. It's if Blizzard changes a card, which they very rarely do, then you can sell that card for more dust than you could normally. So it's like a really weird kind of investment. If you ignore this reason, there is absolutely no reason in Hearthstone to own 3 of a card. And there are certain cards where you don't even want to own 2 of them, which are legendaries. So yeah, that's how Hearthstone deals with having 50 of the same card. Is you're like, I'll just sell off the 48 extra ones that I have, and then you go use the dust from the 48 extra ones you got to go buy the cards that you want. And I like that system. I think it's nice. I think what it does is it definitely encourages real money purchases, because to get a card is better than to dust a card and get the one that you want, as far as just the resources work out. Maybe you can sell off items, burn them down, and enough stuff burned down can be repurposed into buying another pack or doing something else. Like CSGO, you can sell 10 of an item type, reroll into 1 different item. Yeah, and I think that's similar to like this dust mechanic. It's also similar to just selling the item and getting money. That's why Crypt never clicks the button. Oh, weird, Ramy. Yeah, so right now that's what you've got. If you got 10 of an item, let me buy a bunch of these things, and let's just open up a bunch of these packs. So there, I just opened up a bunch of packs. It's like I spent $10 on the game, and now I'm like, wait, I have 3 wasp heads. Like I don't need 3 of those, so sell. I have 6 bulldozer heads. Like sell. And now I've got more money to buy the things I do want. So now I'm like, oh well, I only have, actually I own every item in the game except for this one apparently. So I'll just buy that one. Cool, got it. Anyway, an item sync, which I think would be helpful, so the players are still encouraged. I don't know. Maybe it's not helpful. It all depends on how long it takes you to get items, really. An item sync is needed if players are content owning just a few items in the game. Yeah, actually, not even that. To get more items. They're then able to lose some items and still have choices. And if they only wanted a small subset of choices to begin with, then this gives them a maintenance cost. If I invest real money into an item, the last thing I want is for some kind of durability or lose it through some game mechanic. Yeah, I agree. I think that's why this con is here. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. Like, and Draclin, I think part of it is what items are you buying? So imagine if you're playing an RPG and you have the chance to buy like 10 potions. Potions are consumables in almost every game, right? You drink the liquid that's in this vial, and then your character gets a buff or some health, and you just throw away the vial. Or maybe you get the vial as an item, it doesn't really matter because the liquid in it was what you purchased. And like that's it. There's the expectation that I'm going to use this thing and it's going to be temporary. I think it's when all of the items work that way that yes, there would be a lot of pushback against that. And money sink. After using an item in battle, it takes some durability damage. You have to pay to repair it. And 10,000 watt. Thanks for following. I like your name. Yeah, Zala, I think that's a good way of doing things. And I think then the risk you run, if you've ever played Diablo 2, so Diablo 2 items had durability. And, ooh, what site was that? God, I just want to look at the image. Jeez. Okay, I guess I can't click any of these things. Let's just go to Aria's Summit. That's crazy. What are the odds of that happening anyway? Yeah, let's just click any of these items. This is all I wanted to do was just look at something here. Yeah, cool. So here, a shield has a durability of 12. And like it would go down to 0 and then you couldn't use the item anymore. Or rather, you got no benefit from the item. So it gave you defense, not anymore when it's broken, it doesn't. And you had to pay to repair it. I think the problem with Diablo 2 was that gold was so plentiful that this really didn't mean anything to players. And so I think it's a good system if everything's balanced, but then balance is tough. So I think that just means that, yeah, we should probably try a system like that. If I buy an experience potion that lasts for 2 hours, then I'm spending exactly the price of that item and getting the result I expect. Yeah, Draclin. This is what I was saying about, like, I think if you're buying a consumable, knowing you're buying a consumable, that's okay with a player. But I think that if you're buying an item and that's just, you're going to lose the item, that's not okay with a player anymore. Oh, and Wraithy, yeah, gold was useless from an economy perspective, but it didn't need to be for the economy necessarily. It could have just been for your own character of like, hey, yeah, I don't have enough gold to repair, so I've got to use different items. But yeah, gold was essentially, it worked out to be useless. Gold in World of Warcraft, I don't know if it's currently useless, but when I was playing, that was very much used for like everything. You wanted to buy better items, use gold. You wanted to buy a mount, use gold. You wanted to buy more bags, use gold. So there was a balance there, and I think they achieved it at least at first. Like I said, I think players now have like 15,000 gold in their accounts. I don't know if it's worthwhile anymore. But that's economy, inflation, and all this other stuff that we won't have to worry about if we don't have trading. So, well, and duping. I guess duping is another problem. Yeah, so a money sink is an item sink, but it's different. So the pros and cons of a money sink. So it always creates an incentive. Creates an incentive for players. I guess another incentive for players to want money. Not that they really need another incentive. If the things you can buy are enticing enough. What's the con of a money sink? I mean, every game is kind of already, there are already money sinks usually. What do you buy? What do you have? What are you using? So I think we stick with the original idea that we had here. Just getting items in salvage packs. And then you just own them. You just own them for good. And duplicates are just money for you, I guess. I should write this down here too. One of the issues we had with the current way that Botland is structured is there's no reason to own duplicates. And I think that's actually a con of this system. Where is the system? Here it is. Cons. There's no reason to own duplicates. Hey, Bukar. And we could put a reason on top of this of like why you'd want to own duplicates, I guess, but I don't know if it's necessary. When a bot has hardware equipped, the hardware is consumed. So if you want 2 bots with lasers, you need 2 lasers items. I think this is a good system. I think. I'm just not sure. But that way you want duplicates. There's no necessary limit to how many you want because you don't know when an item is going to be good. But then also, there's a reason to own duplicates of an item. Rarer hardware is hit harder by this. If you get some incredibly rare item like, say, EMP, and you want to use it on multiple bots, that's too bad. Yeah, and I think we would need to balance with that in mind of like, hey, people are going to want lasers on their bots. Most people's defenses at first will be dictated by item rarity instead of strategy. I'm not sure how I feel about this. I like it as a system, but really the biggest pro is this. You have a reason of owning duplicates. The other thing is the money sink system where, what if, okay, here's a crazy idea. What if getting a copy of an item gave you a max durability on that item across all bots? So now using the item decreased the durability. So that's one point. Durability auto recovered over time, and you could speed up this process by spending block point. So now, example, I own 1 lasers item. My max durability is 5. So that means I can use 5 lasers bots during a match if I want, or 1 lasers bot over 5 matches, etc. Okay, I own 2 lasers items. My max durability is 10. Now I can use more lasers bots, or I could use 1 lasers bot for a more sustained period. So this system could be okay, because you can spend money in either case. When I am low on durability, I would spend bot coin to speed up the repair process. What do you guys think of this? Is this too punishing? Is it like the pros and cons? So pros gives a reason to own duplicates of something without being too limited. So now rare hardware will still guarantee at least like 1 match of use out of it. It's more of a money sink than an item sink. Still need to pivot from this. Do you mind giving more feedback than that? Like, what don't you like about this system? So I think the cons are, well, yeah, I still think variety is still going to be based on rarity. So if we start the player out with enough like lasers items, I think that's fine. In fact, this can become the cost of playing, and that's it. This can be the cost of playing. If you have tons of lasers hardware and you want to keep draining the durability, then you can play practically forever. And I guess something neutral here is that I don't think spending time to set up a bunch of bots to beat a scenario or just a second of satisfaction is a good game concept. Oh, you're not talking about the item system. Hang on, wait. Let me finish writing my thought first. We'd have to change how you pick how many bots you deploy in a scenario. Oh yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, sure. There'd have to be some computer analogy to durability, which is, I guess, still called durability, because components break even in real computers, right? But EJ, I think so. A second of satisfaction. A lot of that was because I hadn't changed sort of the. Okay, so a few things have changed since yesterday that I think is worth describing. One is I slowed down the game a bit. So that was something that I had intended to do and I just didn't do for yesterday. So you're spending some time coming up with how to beat this, sure, and you eventually have a better interface than this in order to interact with the game. So cool, you make your bots and then you deploy them, and now, I don't know, is it like the 240 mark? And this is still playing out faster than I would like. But you get to watch like a 20, 30-second battle play out. So yeah, here I happen to have won. It took about 20 seconds to do that. I think that's pretty reasonable. And then let's say I lost, though. What would happen is it would just put me right back into the game. And now it'd be attempt number 2. All right, that didn't work. Let's try something totally different. So, and again, we're assuming I lost. I didn't actually lose. So, oh, you still feel like it's the same. Wait, but the second of satisfaction is now longer. And you're trying multiple attempts, I think, to beat them. All right. This is why I think prototyping the defender part of this is going to be interesting, because part of it too was yesterday I gave you guys some really lame scenarios to try out. So I think this will be better once you guys can make them yourselves. I think it's a cool idea of I really like this idea. I like this idea and I think it's got a lot of potential to it. And I did not think that about the first one. And no, EJ, I think that's fair. I also think that framing has a lot to do with this. So I think yesterday when you played it, like, yeah, you stomped every single strategy with just like this bot. And actually maybe that still works, and maybe that's something that defenders had to figure out and not even me. Maybe the systems are all there for you to defend against that, and it's just up to them to do it. Of like, hey, what if I put walls at the 7 tile mark exactly, so that now I don't care where you are, you have to get within this like 6 tile radius. So this was the strategy you used pretty much yesterday, and it just always worked. And oh wait, no, never mind. This is a different strategy I came up with. This strategy only moves when you can use artillery. So it tries to stay at a 7 tile range for as long as possible. And actually, you know what? If you can't, it should probably move back to the left by 1 tile. Okay, I'm going to make this script even better. We're going to say init equals function should move left equals false. And sensors are active equals false. So here we'll say, I'm going to make this code much better. This should actually make this bot unbeatable, I think. Sensors are active equals true. If What are those green bars in your taskbar? Green bars. I don't actually know what these are. I don't know. If not are sensors activated, then if sensors are active, then should move left equals true. Sensors are active. Oh, come on. Sorry, I was typing that. Ah. All right, jerk. Stupid botland. All right, let's go write this again. Init equals function. Are sensors active equals false. Should move left equals false. So if the sensors aren't active, if are sensors active, should move left equals true, and are sensors active equals false no matter what. If should move left, then should move left equals false, and move left. Okay, I think this is the code I want. Let's try this out. So now cautious bot is going to be incredibly careful moving forward. So we're going to put down 5 of these. And now we're going to say go. So what's going to happen is they'll move. Oh, no, they didn't work. Yeah, that's a problem. Oops, I forgot to put this back here. I had that in the first iteration, then Botland cut off my code. All right, so let's update this. There we go. All right, so take number 2. There, okay, take 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There. Perfect. So these are now the perfect bots. This strategy would be any strategy, I think, that isn't aware of this strategy, I think. This is actually a really interesting style of strategy, too, where programming is clearly one of the... I don't know. This to me is the very most compelling reason that security was ever presented to me. Security is protecting something from something else, and it's typically protecting things from humans, right? Like a lock on a door is to protect your house. The firewall on your computer, whatever else, is to protect you from hackers. What was told to me one point a long time ago is that when you're playing a game against another human, you're playing against an intelligent actor in this system who can evolve based on what you've done in this too. And so with security, there are obviously like huge ramifications. If you open up a system with enough incentive to hack to in even the smallest way, you will probably end up getting hacked. And I think this way of like, hey, this player made an AI I've never seen before. Like, how am I going to do anything against this? I think that's an interesting system. And so here, yeah, the way that I've made this is these bots will move right when they're in artillery range and then move left again. And they're not actually going to win the game, actually, if you see this. I think I said actually twice. They're going to lose because they're slowly losing life. Now, I could give them repair and let them heal up to full. That would actually probably work better than what I have. But this concept of just keep tweaking these bots, I like that a lot. But yeah, no, EJ, I think the interesting thing for me, it's so I think this idea can be promising. I think what will be really interesting for me, I'm going to copy paste all this stuff, is if you end up having fun playing this game, it'll validate some of the decisions that were made. And I think that in order to get to that point, I do think I need to prototype the defense part of this, and I do think that would take like 2 weeks. Now, if that all works, then that's it. I think we can start working on the game like that. All right, let's connect again. I'm going to make these bots even better. I don't know if I'm just doing this for fun at this point. It is. I have to say, this is a fun idea of like, I want to make a strategy that can kill everybody. And then when I finally find someone who loses to this strategy, it'll be interesting. Granted, I'm playing against myself, so I can't find someone who's going to lose to this strategy. But where's repair? Here we go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change this code so that if I just moved left, okay, so here, let's just say repair. All right, I hit update. I hit update over here. So now these bots are even better. And now when I deploy a bunch of these, they should be unstoppable. But will they win within the time frame? Probably not. Okay, let's try it. So they'll get shot at every once in a while. They'll take a little bit of damage and they'll heal to full. So yeah, I think this is the best strategy. And it can be toppled incredibly easily. If you just had any melee bot go and attack these don't even have short range weapons. But every time they move forward and do damage, they're doing a lot of damage. And even this one's going to heal up to full. This is a good strategy. Will players be able to have different setups saved or just one active configuration at a time? Whatever makes it easiest for players to play, I think is what will eventually be the case. Granted that it doesn't like violate some system, right? So imagine in an RPG, like, could you save talent trees? Like, yes. Could you just switch between them at will? No, probably not. You still need to spend whatever gold or whatever you have to spend to like switch between talent trees in the first place. So hopefully that makes sense. What I'm trying to say is that like the UI is definitely not done. So we'll have to see how that works. Also, the other thing that's kind of interesting about this is even though these bots are unkillable, they're not actually penetrating the enemy's defense. And like there will be a time limit on the game. And we'll eventually hit that time limit. And just that's it. You lose at that point. Pretty cool. Yeah, I gotta say, I am digging this. Now, what would be interesting here is as the blue team, so the ones on the left, how would you turn this into a winning strategy? As the red team, the goal of like, how do I beat this would be as simple as just send in a melee bot. In fact, let me do that. I'll show you guys. Not that you probably even need proof here, but we have a melee cloaking script. This tries to get okay. Yeah, so let's just do this. So we go to the game server. We say that this right here equals 1. Then we just restart this. All right. Okay, so now we have these two bots are going to completely destroy us. In fact, I'll deploy 5 bots and we'll still lose. Deploy even more. It really doesn't matter how many I deploy because I'm going to lose no matter what. And there we go. That's it. Oh, wait. They have a cap of 10 tiles. Oh, never mind. All right. Well, they should respawn and then they should kill them. It's just going to take a really long time for that to happen. Because they only move forward 1 tile at a time. Okay, wait. Maybe this will happen now. Yeah, there we go. So it's attacking this. It kills it. Yeah. Oh, repair is actually pretty good in this situation. It's like a way better regen. Amazing. The blue team's getting torn apart by just 2 melee bots. Yeah, I think this can be it. My first thought would be offset those bots some so their attacks are staggered, since their salvo is too strong as it is. Yeah. Repair op calling it now. Hey, Pranja. I don't know. I think this is pretty interesting. And so if you wanted to win this way, you would do something like this now. You would have a melee bot to defend them, or even a missiles bot or something. Where's it? Do I have a missiles bot here? Yeah, missiles and reflect. It's not the best one, but we'll put one of those there and we'll put a melee bot up here, and I'll start the game now. probably that was a bad idea actually. Yeah, that was bad. Well, whatever. There are ways you can beat this. I'm not gonna set it up, I guess. But nice. All right. Bookmarked an IP we used on an AWS instance. We retired the instance, didn't have an Elastic IP. Picture of a cat with a beer and rap music is playing in the background. You know what'd be funny? Is if you only thought you retired the instance, but someone decided to repurpose the machine for that, and you really still do control it. And this is just your coworker playing a prank on you. I mean, you could just check in your dashboard and find out that that's not the case, but a man can dream. What? EJ just linked me to this thing. But I didn't get to hear the rap, so I'm going to put this on my post-stream list. Okay, so yeah, this system could work. We should try it out at least. It's going to involve a lot of changes, actually. Oh, it has offensive music. Oh, I see. Oh, so you don't mind me showing the picture then? Okay, so this would be items drop plus they are consumed by putting them on a bot. And then this would be items drop plus they increase your max durability. Oh, stop bolding this. There we go. Okay, so this system is whenever you get an item, it comes with a built-in max durability increase. For example, if you have one lasers item, then your max durability is 5. Every time you get another item, it goes up by 5. Using the item during a match decreases its durability by 1. Durability auto recovers over time. You can speed up this process by spending Botcoin. Well, so the only, like, you guys can go to this URL you want yourself if you want. I'm just looking at the IP, but this was the picture on you. I don't know what someone's doing with this. Hey, there's a link. Obese.cat. What? What is this? Okay. What's the source for this? There is no source. Still very weird. Very, very weird. Okay, so that's done. So pros. Rare hardware will still guarantee at least one match of use out of it, depending on how high the max durability is, even if you're using it on many bots. Wait, how did these bullet points look to begin with? You can play practically forever. I guess there needs to be enough of a, I don't know, maybe like a maximum number of items you can own until it would just turn into Botcoin. I'm not sure. There probably needs to be a limit to this. That you're losing something when you're attacking. If you're just at an infinite number of every item. Yeah, there are, yeah. So this stuff's gonna have to change. Hey, Delzy. What happened? Yeah, actually, we need to change how you pick how many bots you can deploy in a scenario. If there was stamina in the game, that actually, you could probably just have it cost more durability across all of your different items. I'm not sure. It's only 20 bots. There probably needs to be a limit to this. And at a near infinite number of every item to attacking. There, yeah. This is the best way of describing this. I don't have a solution for this yet. Getting in the game is such a bad PC port that moving my mouse caused my character to spin around several times. Delzy, that's sad, but I guess that's the that's what the reviews were talking about, right? Which game did you get exactly? The new Deus Ex. Is this it? Or is it this one? Oh my god, Neo's in the game. What am I even looking at right now? All. I don't think I've ever seen this page before on Steam. No reviews? Okay, just Mankind Divided, thank you. Because I have no idea what I'm supposed to be searching for. Pre-purchase. Oh, it's out now. Okay, mixed reviews. I want to read this. Turn off MSAA and either put volumetric lighting to on or off. Do not set it to ultra. Huh, interesting. Oh, variety. I don't know if this is a con. This is definitely a con though, in that I now have a system that doesn't work in the game. I need to figure out how to get it to work. So, what's the cost to attacking now? If it's just durability, then we probably need to limit how many of each particular item you can own. That way you can't just attack people infinitely. Yeah, there are actually two issues here. That's one issue. If it's just durability, then... And the other problem is we need to figure out how you can choose to deploy more than the normal amount of bots. Maybe you just can't, and then we expect you to always be able to win with whatever configuration. Hang on, I'm gonna type a different message that I expected EJ to say. Okay, here's EJ's amended message. I'll just paste it in the chat. No, you're entitled to your opinion, definitely. I don't want to ever stifle that sort of thing. And I think it's a valid opinion too. It's not just based on nothing. It's based on you actually having tried the game and what you think. So, I think that's fine. By the way, I'm dropping phrase. Gigalol is not going to work in this channel. So you probably need to limit how many of each particular item you can own. That way you can't just attack people infinitely. You need to figure out how you can choose to deploy. Okay, yeah. I think this is reasonable, though. This is reasonable. I think. Just limiting you to 10 of each item is fine. Sorry, Adam, I have to toss you now. I think people's hesitance about No Man's Sky was pretty valid even before it came out. I haven't played the game, and I think that this studio still did a good job. It sounds like they released what they wanted to release, and it looks good, and it's got gameplay. I think from what I've read, like I said, I haven't played the game. From what I've read, there's no real reason for you to explore all of the different quintillions of planets out there. But there is enough of a reason to go to one. You get resources, you get some stuff, you can progress through the game. I guess the problem is they're just not different enough. They're not focused enough. Sort of like how I'm not focused right now. So that's reasonable. I think this is fine. I think the issue here is if you can't beat a defender, what do? You just attack them again, I guess? Maybe you just can't deploy more bots, or maybe there's some other kind of cost at that point, e.g. Botcoin. E.g. lowering the reward you may get, or rather presenting this as an upfront cost based on a percent of the reward. Yeah, that's probably better. Hey Kukuruku, welcome back. Yeah, I think these are actually good mitigations to both of these. I think. I'm not positive, but I think. So, I think I'll say this. Oh, we'll just copy paste this here. Man, I had some... Let me see if I can show you guys a picture of this. Is it? Reread. Had some sorbet at lunchtime. I can't find a picture of it. Hang on a second. Yeah, never mind. I'm not gonna find this. Anyway, sorbet is tasty. That's all. By the way, if you're ever looking for another artist, there's a Twitch streamer, Apollon, that does amazing work. So we're not actually looking for artists right now, but I am potentially looking for a game designer. But thank you for telling me that. I will write this down. Here's a drawing of Adam. He's sleeping. Why are my legs so far off of, I guess my hips? I don't know what you really represent on a stick figure. My torso. And I think this is the case. So let's put this here under conclusions. Progression through the game is good. Increasing the number of bots you can have sounds like a great idea. I think it needs to be something you can level up just in getting more bots. Leveling up your... Yeah, that sounds good too. Items drop with max durability. Sounds like the way to go. Did I write that down? Yeah. It will change the cost to play as well. All right. So now that how do you put a timestamp in here? Date, time. Seriously, what? How do you, what? I thought it was, aw, I don't know how to do that. I guess I'll just have to type it out. Okay, so because I think I'm set on the items drop with max durability system, the cost to play is going to be the durability on your bots. If you spend... How would this work? This doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I'll just do both. Please not at once. Please make them two separate images. So you spend one durability each time you place a bot in the arena. No, but it has to be per attempt. No, I don't like this. Nah, I don't know how this is gonna work exactly. Yeah, I don't know. You spend one durability each time you place a bot in the arena. If you win during that attempt, then you get the durability back. The problem is that I originally wanted you to have 3 attempts to be able to beat the defender. How do we reconcile these two things? Okay, so like attempt number 1, you try like 3 bots. I don't know, bot number 1 is like lasers plus cloaking. I'm just gonna write out some quick things here. This is missiles plus armor, and bot number 3 is like shield plus repair. Okay, cool. And now attempt number 2. So this fails. False. Tell what my fingers think they want to type. Okay, and this is successful. And then this uses totally different bots. So in fact, let's just cut out the plus some things. Let's just get rid of these. And let's turn this into Zapper. Bots have more than just this stuff, but I'm just going to act like they don't. Okay, so which items should lose / gain durability and how much? So in this case, I wanted you to be able to have some attempts against the enemy player and not punish you for failing at 2 of the attempts. If you failed at 3 of them, then yes, I think there should be some sort of cost to that. So I think like I would have said in this new system that, yeah, you tried this attempt, you're going to lose durability on that. Alternatively, okay, so I guess let's just write down some systems. So system number 1, you lose durability just by using the item, and you only regain it by winning the match. So this punishes you. This means you don't get 3 free attempts. Yeah. Okay, right. So that's not good. System number 2 is the game keeps track of how many attempts you had and with which hardware, and will only subtract durability if you lose all 3 attempts. The problem here is that you're spending 3 times the durability. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do. What if we did just pretend this is Clash of Clans for a moment? What if you built a base, which is what you defend? What if when you unlock a bot type, you can create a certain number of them? So being level 1 unlocks laser bots, possibly some other bot types. If I attack with 10 lasers bots, I get to use 10 lasers bots each attempt. However, if I don't win the attack, I lose 50% of the bots. Oh, hey, Orange Sky. I checked out your channel yesterday. You were coloring bricks in light blue and then dark blue. That's actually all I got to watch. And Ghost Tree, thank you too for following. Well, so okay, Thelzy, I think the difference is that in Botland, so what you're suggesting is something like, I've got, let's just say these are whatever we were talking about, so melee bots. I've got melee bots, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to put down a bunch of these, and I try to attack, and hopefully this fails to prove the point that I'm trying to prove here. So yeah, I'm trying to attack them, and then the attack has failed, and great. Now, in attempt number 2, I'm going to be like, well, melee bots didn't work. Let's try something else. So this part is what I want to be able to do and say like, okay, I want to deploy these bots, and now maybe these will work. And so hopefully it does. Okay, it looks like I'm going to win this. I think. Yes. Okay, great. So like that, in that case, what happens? So attempt number 1, I used a strategy that didn't work out, but in attempt number 2, I did use a strategy, or I used a different strategy and it worked out. And thanks, Orange Sky. This is totally changing from what it used to be. So I don't know if it's still gonna be fun afterward, and we're gonna have to try this. Also, what's this? The joy of coding. Oh, awesome. But aren't a lot of these just free online? I know for sure this one is. Huh, that's pretty cool. Alright. Hey, Fade. So yeah, I don't know what should happen in this case. I don't know whether... I guess the questions are, do we want to give the player free attempts where they won't lose durability? Do we... Like, I think the answer is yes. I think yes, we want them to try different strategies. And then do we want the player to... I guess then the next question is like, how do we accomplish that? we like retroactively charge them. So system 2 is retroactively charge them durability based on what happened. System number 1 is charge them no matter what. This violates the free attempt system. Like I don't know how to accomplish this. And again, this is the whole like you play a game, you see their defense, you try out this strategy a whole bunch of times, and you're like, "Damn, melee bots just aren't working here." And you switch to something else, and that works. Should you have paid the durability for your melee bots? Maybe, maybe this is the case, and there are no free attempts. No, that's a bad idea. Because then what's going to happen here is you'll put down stupid bots, you'll put down bad bots just to figure out what their strategy is. If you win with the bad bots, then great. If not, well, at least you learned their strategy. I don't like that. I also think that maybe this is just a bad idea to have this overall. The items with max durability thing. Because I think one of the other things is it actually... What is this system? I bought a sub, canceled 10 minutes after, but I still have the sub icon when I type in chat. What? What paid? Yeah, I don't know if I like this system anymore. Because one of the things, I think this actually... This may dissuade users from... Yeah, when you run out of durability on just part of a bot's loadout, then you can't use the whole loadout. I think some of this stuff is kind of weird. This is kind of a big change to the system that I have now. Then the user wouldn't want to use that loadout. Also, as a result of this, they need to micromanage their loadouts. Wait, what's this? I didn't get to see that. Hang on, let me find those books again. EJ linked them in over here. If Hemingway wrote JavaScript, PDF preview. Uh-huh. Okay. Hey, Ian Blue. Wait, what? I'm talking about the Twitch sub, Adam. Oh, I don't know what channel you're talking about, though, I guess. Just someone else? Someone else's? Yeah, I think that's how subscribing works, right? Because if you want to just give that streamer $5 through an official means like that can't be charged back, then that's how you do it. When are you getting sub emotes? I don't plan on applying for Twitch partnership again. Also, if you guys remember, the last time Twitch staff was in here, they suggested that I respond to that email about why I didn't get partnership like months ago when I applied for it. Twitch, they never responded to that email though. At least I don't think so. Yeah, they didn't. Oh well. I'll never know. Yeah, I think this is a bad system. I think this is the other problem of item sinks in general. Where did I write this down? That's why money sinks need to be in the game and not item sinks, I guess. Oh, fine. There's so much here. Where did I write this down? Here it is. Yeah, this. This is the con. Yeah, I don't know if this is a good idea. Creates another incentive for players who want money. It does this without necessarily making your current options unusable. No, I could probably ask through different means. I don't care so much. I think what they're just gonna say is like we didn't like your personality or you didn't have the viewer numbers or some like canned response. And really like what does it matter? I was just curious. Hmm. Yeah, I don't like this system. I don't think I like it. I don't think it should be in the game then. Okay, well let's go back up to here then and fix this. So how should I do this instead? You know, there's another way that I could accomplish this kind of. There was another there are two other ways that we can have items drop. So one of them is items drop and you have to get multiple copies of scalable hardware. So this is the idea that you get an item, a scalable item as its level 1 version. And I'll say only as its level 1 version. In order to use a higher level of it, you need multiple copies. So lasers level 3 is built out of 3 lasers level 1 items. Hey T-Block. You're forever not pardoned. Yeah, that's what did it. They just can't say that to me. So items drop. There's one other way that we do this. Items drop and scalable hardware is dropped as the individual levels. So this is the idea that scalable hardware consists of 3 different items. Lasers level 1, lasers level 2, and lasers level 3. So T-Blot, the game's not online right now. The game's also like changed a lot. So what you're probably used to seeing was something where it was like player versus player in the game. Right now, it's player versus what a player had created a long time ago. So imagine that, I don't know, like you, T-Blot, you made these bots a long time ago, and this is your defense that I'm playing against, but you're just not present in the game. So you're off like enjoying a coffee somewhere, or you're sleeping, and while you're doing that, I'm like, oh, I'm going to attack his base, essentially. So I put down my bots, and I try to counter whatever strategy you're using. So I see like, oh, he's got melee and cloaking. These bots are artillery and missiles. Okay, I'm just going to put down whatever. I'm not really paying attention to this. But then I'm going to say, okay, start the match now. So now they're going to play out. I'm not doing anything at this point. They're all based on the scripts that I gave them a while ago. My goal is to defeat your CPU. And if I can do that without losing my bots, great, cool. So I did. So I beat your defense. You would log on later and you'd see like, oh, Adam beat you and took however much bot coin from you. So yeah, it's like Clash of Clans in that sense. And hey, Blueberry King. What is that icon? R right parenthesis. I get it. It's a pirate. And so I haven't played Clash of Clans. That was one of the things that I wanted to do at some point today and just figure out how they kind of balanced everything. But what I was trying to figure out before that was how should items be dropped in the game? How should you progress? Excuse me. I think there's a lot of issues with any of these systems though. And I actually wrote down a lot of these over here. Let me see if I have these. Scalable hardware drops as level 1. So this was... Yeah, the pro of this system was there are more items in the game. That's what I wrote down. This mostly, well, this, I'd say the pro is that this gives purpose to duplicate items. Would have to do replays so people can see how they died. Yeah, that would be really important. Yeah, and hopefully, like, serializing an entire replay over would not be too complex. So, what I could do, I didn't think about this. No, this would probably take too much memory, though. But I was going to say, since all bots have a script, I could just save their scripts, save whatever random seeds I use, and make sure that the same bots and the same positions with the same scripts always play out the same game. But I think that's probably a bad idea. Because scripts can be like 5 kilobytes. So every replay could be up to like, I don't know, a megabyte saved in a database somewhere. While that's not too much on its own, I think just saving off the actions and what happened and when might be a better idea. More of a journaling system. And then we would just need to save, like, this bot moved right at this time. Actually, you know what? If the script still existed in the database, then we wouldn't have a problem there. Yeah, I'm not sure. The replay system is going to be hard to get right. I could either make sure that I'm saving a reference to everyone's scripts always, and then make sure that I rerun the bots with their code in a deterministic way, or I implement a journaling system where it records what actions happened and when, and what were the results. Like, across patches, let's say lasers do 100 damage and I release a patch and they do 110 damage. That could throw off any of the replay system. Where it's like, yeah, we're just saying that they shot lasers at the other bot. And the other bot, I guess, just assumes the laser's damage is like 100. You could move away from that by not allowing custom scripting and instead go for pre-coded bot behaviors. Yeah, I don't want to do that though. I think the benefit of this, like the whole way the game's set up right now, is that you can come up with a strategy that just no one's ever done before. Like this bot that I had here, the cautious artillery bot. When I deploy this tries to stay. This only moves right when its sensor range is increased. Otherwise, it just stays to the left and repairs itself. And so this bot is like a very interesting thing that you might never see someone else do. And sure, you could just say, well, that should be a pre-coded action then. But then what if you wanted, instead of artillery, you wanted like missiles or something? And you still wanted this sort of strategy. That's why I think letting the player come up with scripts themselves is a good idea. I could just say you can only change it every so often, but even then, it's like, does that just stifle flexibility for no other reason? These bots are all going to die now, by the way. They lost to a candy cane. Indian Blue, you want the unfrequently asked questions? Yeah, so getting back to this gives purpose to duplicate items, and I don't even know what this does. This is just not a good idea, I think. Where is, hang on a second, I wrote this down somewhere. I don't think this does anything for us. Just increases the number of items in the game, which doesn't equate to a better game. I think it's been a pretty productive day of prototype, or it's not prototyping, brainstorming so far. I haven't come up with solid conclusions about item management. I mean, okay, so here's my thought on this. Where is it? Items drop. Of like, but the only con was really there's no reason to own duplicates. I guess other than being able to sell them off. Other than being able to sell them off. But I just mentioned earlier, Hearthstone has the exact same problem, although it's really triplicate at that point, not duplicate. You have no reason to own a third card other than hoping that Blizzard is going to change that card and then getting a full dust value from it. And that's it. That's your only reason. And Hearthstone is making tons of money. So maybe I just don't worry about this, and it'd be pretty great to not have to worry about it. Whoa! I told you should make them separate images. I guess I have to give you a point for this. This is... Okay, I'm saving this image. I also need to save what led up to this. Okay, it was all of this. Kukuruku said, I'm back and I'm drunk. I said, please don't make those the same image. Alright, so let's save this. Hey, Field Science. I'm not gonna make it the stream background. Had he made like a Botland image or something and just a Botland image. But this is a step too far, but I will still save it. Kukuruku art request. Save. Now I also need to save this as the explanation for what this is. Hang on a second. Hey, Monster the Messy. Alright, sorry, I gotta find this pictures folder. I put it in like some games extonomous stream. Alright, here it is. So we gotta save this here. So you can see that in this folder I have the pictures that chat has provided me at any given time. Kukuruku art request explanation .txt. What are these other pictures I have? First game played on new UI and infrastructure. Oh yeah, that's right. There was a giant wasp bot. I remember that. That was actually not so long ago. Golden Kappa. Golden Kappa actually appeared in my chat. What's this? Yeah, so these are the kinds of pictures I'm taking, guys. Yep, okay, well, par for the course for Twitch chat, I guess. Okay. So yeah, I think what we go with is just items. Like, where did I write this down? Items drop sounds like the way to go for now. The problem is that there's no reason to own duplicates, but it's not such a big deal. I would probably, yeah, that's fine. I think it's good. Okay, so then what should we change the other part of this to? Items drop with max durability. The cost to play is going to be durability on your bots. Yeah, now there is no durability. What do I think about Meteor? I haven't actually used it. And hey, Magician's done. Kelsey. Okay, so what did I originally decide? If you had a stamina system, I guess it's just like you spend bot coin to attack, and you spend more bot coin to attack with more bots. I guess. Yeah, I guess. I don't have a better answer than that. I guess there are other ways to do this. There's, let's see. So what if you only had X bot slots? No, not blueprints. So a blueprint was actually a resource. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I think it's just be botcoin at first. Curious why you're using Google Docs instead of Sublime. Well, sharing is one of them, but also formatting is another. So like this is a 31-page document right now. I wouldn't really want to manage that in Sublime. I think the most straightforward way is probably the way I should try it first. So I think the most straightforward way of having a cost to play is literally just having a cost. Botcoin. It costs Botcoin to play a match, and if you win, then you'll get Botcoin from the defender. If you want to try out more bots than the normal amount, then you can spend some portion of the winnings to do that. E.g., you would win 100 Botcoin by beating the defender. So to place an extra bot is 10% of that. To place 2 extra is 30%. To place 3 extra is 60%. Because at the point of like 3 extra, you're probably guaranteed to win. In fact, 3 extra is probably like 80 or 90%. And then you're probably still going to beat people who you shouldn't be beating. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what we do here. No Trello? No, I haven't used Trello. Is your to-do list page shorter than 31 pages? Probably not at this point. But this has been the accumulation of things from like day one on this stream. So if I eventually just page up through all of this, we'll hit the top eventually. There we go. Yeah, there's a lot there. Okay, so we have a cost to play. We have not totally figured out the reason why, like how a defender loses money and how that works. And I think this needs to, at some point, we need to write the whole thing about like your computer. So what tools do the defenders have? Factories. I think there's just a computer. My God, this is a ridiculous amount of text here. Okay. Yeah, I think giving defender bots infinite vision could be interesting. Maybe this is just on defender bots. That way cheesy strategies can't happen as much. Maybe defender bots just have a vision range of 7 by default. How do I learn to type faster? So Magician Stun, I think there are 2 things you should do. One is get a typing chart and print this out or just memorize it. It's not that hard to memorize because it just aligns with where your fingers rest on the keyboard. So do this. And then number 2 is every time you type a sentence and you don't follow that chart, retype the entire sentence. So let's say I type something like this, but I use my pointer finger on this letter, I. Like, that's not the finger you're supposed to use for the letter I. So delete the entire thing and retype it with my whatever. Yeah, I forgot what the sentence was, but imagine you do that. Your WPM is going to go down a lot for probably a week or two, and then it's going to go shoot up like crazy. So yeah, I suggest that Magician's done. That way you're actually learning how to type properly, and you don't have to use a QWERTY layout for that necessarily. You can use whatever you want, Colmark or Dvorak or anything. Yeah, so computer. I gotta clean up this document at some point and just boil this down into the game design. So let's just make a totally different thing at this point about the computer. Defending a CPU, defending a hero. Yeah, let's just write computer plus upgrades. So the arena that the defender is creating is what I'm calling a computer. It can be upgraded, and we need to write what all this stuff is. So one thing is the actual size of the arena. Does the defender gain anything by having a differently sized arena? Like, what if the arena was just always this big, no matter what? Like, this fits on a tablet screen, or like we can make it fit on a tablet screen. So if it's always this size, is this enough to fit like 25 bots though? I guess not. So I guess as this increases, yeah, the computer size would increase as well, and you'd have to manage everything. Yeah, okay, good. So I think as the computer is upgraded, you can, I'll just say it this way. So arena size, number of walls or pits available, number of bots you can place, life of the CPU maybe, and maybe I don't know, that's probably about it. Yeah, I think that's it. Maybe like respawn rate of bots. Yeah, that's about it. Okay, so this needs to be tied into, this needs to be tied to what you lose as defender. I'm pretty sure I just want defenders to lose some bot coin. What if bases are called botlands? That's actually pretty good. Alright, Delzy suggests calling this a botland. Well, I guess it wouldn't be capitalized in that case. Yeah, I like the computer analogy for this. And I think saying attacking someone's computer is probably better than saying attacking someone's botland. But it still made me grin, so I'm going to write it down at the very least. Yeah, because I think, well, one thing I definitely did take from you, Thelzy, was calling the CPU the CPU. So that fixture that you have to defend is not named just coincidentally because I came up with that at the same time. I just took that from you. And so I think keeping the whole computer analogy is good. So the whole concept of like botcoin mining and maybe having more hard drives to store it or something. I'm not sure. So I will say this, once this document is done enough, there is like 4 months of development work that I've got to put in to get this to the point that it needs to be at. And the important part is prototyping out enough to know where this is fun and we should do it. And that I'm going to start probably on Friday of this week. I think we're not done with this document. I'm not like trying to conclude or something like that. I think we try to come up with some answers to the questions I have now. Tomorrow is like finalizing the document, and if we get to the point where it sounds like it's good, then it's planning the prototype. And then Friday, and then all of next week and everything is probably the prototype. And then that'll probably go into the first week of September as well. At that point, I should make like a video detailing what I'm doing, why I'm doing it, what's going on. Hankidoku. What if you made the base the CPU and call the CPU cores? The invading bots are viruses. You're defending it all with nanobots. Yeah, I don't know. I think calling it the CPU is kind of strange because, like, the CPU has fewer identifiable parts by most people. So, like, people have heard the word motherboard before, and they've heard the word RAM, and they've heard CPU. But if you start talking about, like, transistors and channels and cache and all of that, I don't think people would. You'd probably lose them with that. This needs to be tied to what you lose. I'm pretty sure I just want defenders to lose some bot coin. They can't end up losing all of it though. I guess this would be. I could have. So your CPU could be like bot coin mining and it generates some bot coin and that's stored in like hard drives or something like that, I guess. Really, which doesn't make any sense because a bot coin wallet is not like a large file. But anyway, that's it could be stored in that way. And so whatever it is that you've generated that you haven't claimed could be taken from you. But then the people who are playing constantly would still be able would not have any penalty. I think there should always be a penalty. Which would mean that zero is not really zero. So I always want there to be a penalty for losing a defense. This either means that if you're at 0 bot coin, that you can go below 0, or that your minimum amount of bot coin you can have is something like 20,000. Stored in the cloud. Thelzy, I think we're going to need to mock this up in Minecraft. If only someone could make a 4-bit ALU in Minecraft. But no, there's probably no one in chat who could do that. I don't think Superman's even here to hear me say that. Is the arena going to have some background, or are you keeping the checkerboard pattern? Yeah, it'll have real tiles at some point. I have not been very concerned with the graphics. The bot graphics are pretty much final. We're going to have some animations for them, but as for the graphics themselves, like, they're combinable in a certain way. I like the aesthetic. I like how you can make a bunch of different cool stuff. Where are the feet? There they are. So I like that you can change this stuff. I think this is going to be really cool. I like that cosmetics definitely play out in this new game style too, of like, you can make as many bots as you want. Well, actually, no, wait a sec. Blueprints and bot slots. What started the pivoting? So what started it was actually about a month ago. We realized, like, Botland's not going to be fun. That's the short story. Then, as of a couple of days ago, like, Ian is stepping away from the project. So now it's just me in this company. And I'm going to try something relatively drastic and just think about how these things work. So in this whole brainstorming document, I think the most important parts are the beginning and the end. One is, why do you even want automation? And I still assert that there are 2 reasons why you want automation. And I don't think the old Botland was accomplishing either of those. And at the very end of the document, I think, is this, which I know I've pasted in the chat a bunch of times. You can just read it on screen. But it's that automation in real time is hard to control because you're coding it, or you're doing some scripting, or even if it's visual with Blockly, it's still something that you've got to change that is not very easy to change quickly. In Clash of Clans, when you want to invade others with the attacking player scouts, they get shown the defending base's layout at the cost of some coin. They can then choose to attack if they feel they could win. If they don't choose to attack, they can scout out another target. So he scouted someone with 0 bot coin. Yeah. Yeah, I think the whole how do you find players to attack is a question that I haven't answered yet. And yeah, if they found out that you had 0 bot coin, they would not want to attack you, definitely. Which is why I think there should almost always be something you can lose. But I don't know how this would work. That's why I'm trying to plan this out. And that's also why I don't want to play Clash of Clans yet. Because not being. I think this is most similar to Clash of Clans, despite that I haven't played the game. And I don't want to be influenced by them until I've settled on some things and then can kind of just like, oh, that's why this would be a bad idea. Or here's something I didn't even think of. I don't want to just take their decisions. So that means that if you're at 0 bot coin, then you can go below 0, or that your minimum amount of coin you have something like 20,000. If a player attacks you and you have nothing to lose, then that player would not want to attack you. Have you thought about checkbox coding? So, I guess what you're talking about is like just a priority system. In which case, yeah, I've thought about something like that. I don't think the way that things are set up right now is too difficult. I think you always have the option of just saying, "Hey, I don't care about any of this. Just figure it out. Like do something." And this will work. This will be totally fine. Like you could have this as all of your scripts. You'll probably be pretty good for however long in the game. I don't know. After that, if you want to graduate to the next thing, you could say something like, "All right, let's fire some missiles. Let's try our lasers out. Let's maybe do something else." And then at the end of all of it, just figure it out. So you can customize some of the script if you want. And then beyond that is like, yeah, just making the whole thing so that eventually your scripts look like this, where you've got like, all right, yeah, here's the priority I want things in. I want to then pursue enemy bots. I want to use certain support things when I can. Even this, I don't think is that bad. Like Horforia, who is in chat some of the time, he said that he doesn't know how to code, but he made actually really good Blockly scripts. Back in the old style of Botland, he was winning a lot of these games. And he managed to use this stuff, and it worked pretty well. So I think there are enough options where whether you know how to code or not, you're not going to be at a huge disadvantage, at least for the first like 50% of the game. Sure, once you get to the most competitive level, it's probably best for you to either have copy pasted someone else's script or to custom write one yourself. And did you check out Mighty Quest for the Epic Loot? I did yesterday, yeah. So I looked at just a video of it though. And no, I didn't even look at a video. I looked at a picture of it. There's something about a critical hit in there. Mighty Quest for the Epic Loot. Loop. Alright, I typed all that wrong. But yeah, this link is purple. I did check it out yesterday. Oh, and I clicked play now, but then it started downloading it, and I canceled the download immediately. I remember this. So then I went over to the pictures, I think, and that's where I saw the critical hit, and then I stopped. Yeah, that's it. That's as far as I got. All right, see you, Kukuruku. Have a good night. Yeah, this plays into how you find players to attack. Ties into how you find other players to attack. Like, I don't think you should have to. I think the attacker should always have something that they can win. And if it's just not from that particular player, then I guess that's fine. But I don't know. I guess this is about. Yeah, I'm not sure. What, an entrance and exit? Yeah. Check out the overall gameplay elements. I set up castle and then raid others. Yeah, the thing I noticed from their UI though is that you actually have control during the raid. I don't know how much you have, but all I could tell was that there were 4 buttons you could press at the very least that looked like a MOBA almost. So Botlands is not going to have that. And I think that that turns it into a very different kind of game. And I think that's what's appealing about Botland. That's what makes this unique. Unfortunately, that it sounds like Clash of Clans takes away from some of that uniqueness. And I think it'd be hard because people would have to say, why would I play this over Clash of Clans? When really it's like, I want the question to just be, why would I play this game? And that's what the old Botland would have been like. But then the answer would have been, you won't because it's not fun. But now we're getting there. We are getting there. Where's my reflect bot? Here we go. I do want the ability to just paint bots on in the arena. I think that'd be great. Such a coordinated offense. Nice. I was saying the Robot Wars TV series. Yeah, Charlie. Oh, you streamed today? I didn't know you streamed. I have followed you. Making a remix of a Deadmau5 tune. Ooh. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I'll write this down. Check out Artrolig's past broadcasts. There. Okay, so yeah, there's still some things to figure out here. One is, I guess, like, how do you upgrade your computer? Probably takes time or something like that. Also, upgrades to your computer probably take time to perform. I have to figure out whether I want upgrades to be granular or not. Probably not too granular. It's probably like there's a level to your CPU and just upgrades everything. Yeah, I got to figure out the thing about how you... let's get rid of this stuff. Making a community site for CSGO. People can sign up, upload their config files. Huh, interesting, Artrolig. I think the question I would have is, how do I find a config file that I want to use? Is it, as a player, am I just concerned with how many other people are using that config? Or, yeah, I don't know. Okay, this I'm going to get rid of. This we're not going to talk about anymore, I guess. Yeah, so let's just come up with something to give us a starting point. Let's say that however much Bitcoin you got in the last... Now, I think your CPU has to generate Bitcoin. Mine for bot. Bitcoin storage. How much Bitcoin you can store before you have to collect it. Can I gamble configurations? Ultraleg's next stream is gonna be, "Hey guys, I found this great config website," and then he becomes an admin on it. All right, is this need to be tied to what you lose as a defender? Yeah. Let's say that you can only lose however much bot coin you have in your storage. Other players are only searching through relatively active players who have bot coin in storage. Oh, nice, Ultraleg. Yeah, cool. I like it. Yeah, I'm not going to watch. I know you stream for 4 hours over here. I'm going to watch some of it. Also, I don't know if this is like. This is probably not what you just streamed today, apparently. So this likely means that as a defender, if you log in frequently, you can't have bot coin hidden from you. Maybe that means we don't let you harvest the bot coin until it's completely filled its storage. Hey, Dehydra. Oh, I see, Ultraleg. Got it. You can actually go into your past broadcast and edit it if you want. Then it wouldn't be as desirable to upgrade your storage capacity. Yeah. Huh. So what could I do here? What I was picturing originally is you have something like this. This is your like hard drive. Stores bot coin. And as you mine bot coin, these are just analogies for like getting gold in a game, right? So anyway, this is like a gold mine and you just generate gold from it. And when it finally fills up, you can claim it and take all of the gold out of it. But until that point, any of this is just ripe for the picking for other people. So that if it's filled up like 60%, then yeah, other people can steal all of that money. So I think there are a bunch of problems with this. Oh, okay. All right, so what's at stake for the defenders? Let's write this stuff down. Bot coin, straightforward. I'm just gonna be sitting at 0 bot coin all the time. Yeah, I think it should just be bot coin. Computer loses experience points and it can de-level. This will put you in a different pool of players, so you need to regain your level. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. All right, I'm back. Yeah, losing Botcoin. I still don't know how I feel about all this. All right, let's pursue this some more. So if you have access to, then you would just make sure to spend all of your Botcoin. So I feel like you'd have to lose Botcoin that you don't necessarily have access to. E.g., it's Botcoin that you will get if not stolen, but that isn't yours yet. When did I get 150 followers? How frequently do you stream, Delzy? Is that a system like this? Well, yeah, so I guess the benefit of a system like this is that even active players will still have something that can be stolen from them. So I guess at the end of every day, however much Botcoin you still have, maybe we make it relatively simple. However much Botcoin you have at the end of 8 hours is how much you'll gain in your account. In the next time. I streamed with a friend years ago. I'm doing a charity gaming stream. Oh. Cool. Let's see how much your friend got. Oh, your friend has 3,400. Neat. Maybe I should check this person out. Oh, they're a developer, but they don't actually play, or sorry, they don't do creative. So wow, this person's following a lot of people. Okay, enough stalking. So yeah, how would this system work? Because this sounds pretty good to me. This means that every player is going to have some money at stake. There need to be controls around. Generating money too much while offline. For example, if a player is offline and keeps getting attacked, they should eventually stop generating money, or else they could just feed attackers and have no defense set up. You know what I should do as part of the test process for building a computer? I should probably make it so that very dumb bots are deployed, and if they're not killed at the end of 100 turns or something like that, then your defense is not good. So you need to kill off at least. Yeah, you need to. I don't know. Whatever. I'll have to write this down somewhere else though. Let's just write XXX here and go back to building a computer. In building a computer, we need a verification step to make sure that it's possible to win. This shouldn't be hard, since bots can always be killed. This should just involve checking placement of walls and pits to make sure there's a path to the CPU. However, we also need a verification step to ensure that the defenders aren't just going to get steamrolled. For example, we could make bots that steer directly toward the CPU. And if none are killed within 5 to 10 turns, then it's not a valid defense. Okay, so now let's go back to the point in the document that I left off at. I think of this somewhat like an output plus collection system. Every time you harvest your bot coin, you're refilling the thing that outputs and emptying the collection system. This is mean. Mean. Okay, so it's pretty much this. Like, imagine that you have something that starts out filled. And each hyphen up here, this is worth each hyphen is worth like 10 bot coin. And here, each hyphen is worth 5 bot coin. So like, time is going by, and we take a hyphen from here and we put it over to here. So there, it's filling up a little bit, and again we put this here and that's filling up a little bit, and we take another one, and now all of a sudden you get attacked and all of this is taken from you. Well, you've still got a bunch of other hyphens over here that can be used to fill up this chamber. And eventually, though, you're not going to have any more. So now let's say you're not getting attacked, and these 3 hyphens are taken off. So one gets taken off, and then the second one, and then the third one. So you end up with 6 of these. So you have 30 bot coin. When you log in, you can harvest this, and you'll end up with 30 bot coin. If you never log in again for the rest of your life, there will be 30 bot coin there that the enemy can take. I think this is pretty good. For example, let's see if we can insert a table from this. Oh, you can. Nice. For example, collection system, or this is like the source, and this is the collection system. So this is like a source plus collection system. Every time you harvest, you're refilling the source and emptying the collection system. But you can't just empty the collection system at any given time. I don't know. There's some restriction around that. So source has like 100 bot coin. I guess there needs to be a time. Insert row, insert left. Yeah, and insert rows. So at time 0, the source is at 100 and the collection system is at 0. At time 5, the source is at 90 and the collection system's at 10. So that means we can skip a whole bunch of rows. So if it's 10 every 5, then we want it to be, I guess, at 25. Your source is going to have 50 and this is 50 full. So now insert row below. Let's merge all these. If you get attacked at this point, the attacker has access to the 50 in your collection system. How else would we do this though? Because there's no other. Yeah, I guess that's fine. You get attacked at this point. The attacker has access. So if you log on at this point, you can only harvest when your collection system is full or your source is empty. So if you log on at this point, you'll collect 50 and your source will go back to 100. If you get attacked, however, the attacker has access to the 50 in your collection system. Let's say you get attacked. So now we insert another row below this. This is just a great exercise, isn't this? And then this one has to have 3 columns. I don't know how to do that here. No, I don't want that. I didn't want this thing to be merged. Oh, unmerge. Oh, perfect. Okay, so now at time 30, your source is going to have 40 left, and this is going to have 10. And so now let's say you get attacked again, I guess. The income system will lead to players having more coin just down to matchmaking RNG, though. Well, so what if it's not RNG? What if you get to pick who you want to attack? Sorry, just needed to respond to whispers. Then that means that people can effectively bully someone's income by repeatedly attacking them? Yes. So, and I think to some extent that is a desirable thing, but maybe that's not. And Hammerjack, thanks for following. Yeah, so the way I'm picturing this is these, like, each player has a level or something, I'm not sure what, that indicates like how many times they've won maybe. And by being within about 100 wins of another player, you can, or like 10 wins or something like that, you can attack them. I'm being punished for not logging into the game and collecting coins. No. So even if you logged in, you can't, like, the way that I'm picturing this is you can only harvest your collection when your collection system is full. So like when you hit $50 over here, you can harvest it, or when your source hits 0. So if you log in every single second, you'll just watch this number go up and you can't even do anything about it. Then once it hits full, yeah, then you'd want to collect it. Or once the source hits 0, which means like, so I'll give an example here. So let's put another row below this. 40 would have what, 20 remaining, 30. I think this is why Clash of Clans has what I can only call a plunder system. If the player has X coin, you can attack and plunder that entire amount as you won, but they still have that money. They get around it by having the resource you spend being the unit you deploy. Hang on a second. Okay, so yeah, let's say you get attacked again. They would have access to 30 at this point. And now at time 60, this is down to 0, and this is up to 20. Hey, Dan. We are working on designing, and there's a lot of issues still. It allows both players to continue on with their game. The attacking player earns that gold and can bolster and replace their army. The defending player has shown that they were attacked. They need to invest more gold or bolster their strategy. Yeah, so at this point, because your source is empty, at this point you can't collect your money because your source has money and your collection is not maxed. You can collect your money when you log in. So what does this do? I guess this incentivizes you to log in as soon as you can harvest, which is not necessarily after any deterministic amount of time. Oops. Hello, thank you. Okay. The other thing is, I guess that's kind of it. That's the other thing is what Delzy was saying. This also could be bad if you can. So Vocaloid, that's a Chrome bug. You should either restart Chrome or switch to a different browser. This also could be bad if you can choose exactly who you want to play against. I wonder, Thelzy, how Clash of Clans does their matchmaking. You probably have a level in that game, right? Or like your base has a level? Yeah, I'm not sure how you would find players in this system. I wonder if even having a matchmaker is interesting. I don't know how you would find matches though. 'Cause yeah, right now it's you have two players who are interested and they'll eventually get into a match. Has an MMR system along with a general level for your base. Yeah. Because I guess what could happen is the matchmaker could... Yeah, I see what you're saying. Does the matchmaker, the way that I made this right now, does it even have access to the database? It doesn't. It has access to the account server. No, it doesn't have it. I don't think it would need it though. I don't think the matchmaker even need to exist at this point. I think it can just be the account server. So the account server would basically tell you... Actually, now that I think about it, game servers don't even really need to exist either. We just use Lambda for that if we wanted. So the account server would have to look through the database and say, here are the active players in the game. Probably need like a bunch of different infrastructure. But still, implementation aside, I wonder how you should find other players to play against. Like, yeah, ideally it should be based on you being roughly the same level as them. Anyway, this system could work. It's impossible to tell without knowing how you'd find other players. How to find someone to attack. So the requirements out of the system are the attacker probably only cares about getting bot coin. So the system should really only present you from players who will give you that bot coin. The system should allow you to retaliate against a player who stole your bot coin. And the attacker should be roughly on par with the defender. So what I'm thinking here is, with the way that I wrote down all these systems, like MMR can play into this, I guess, and maybe that's all that plays into this. A player who's been playing for like 100 days isn't necessarily better than a player who's been playing for 1 day. Hi, human regret. And yeah, the keyboard's here. There are actually a bunch of other things we can do here. One of the things I was thinking of is like, okay, let's say there's a defense that you set up. What if, I think there needs to be that player element. Never mind. I was going to say this whole thing about like, what if just your defense was one of the hardest ones to beat, so we turn that into, this is at the top of the leaderboard, this defense, but it's not necessarily you. But yeah, as an attacker, all I care about is like, how am I going to get money? And when I played King of Thieves, that's all I cared about too. It was like, how am I going to get whatever resources I want? I don't really care who I'm attacking. If they stole from me, then I guess I cared a little bit. Then it was a little bit personal. But other than that, I just want to get money. So I wanted to know who I could attack that would give me money. So I think the system should only present you with people where it'll give you money. In fact, in Clash of Clans, I'm not sure why they do it any other way. They probably just want you to spend more of your real money. Because they would present you as someone who, if you scouted and you saw they have nothing to give you, you're never going to attack that player. I think these are the only requirements of the system. So one of them is just like MMR or MMR/skill level determining who you can play against. You press the play button and you're presented with someone's defense and you know that they'll have bot coin to take. Players always have resources to steal? Wait, then what I don't understand is, okay, so hang on a second. Okay. So yeah, in Clash of Clans, I guess there are some questions that I have, which is one, can an attacker attack the same defender more than once? If so, what happens on subsequent attacks, since you know you can beat that attacker or that defender? Two, a player shouldn't be punished for being attacked through random matchmaking. Well, I think what they're being punished for in that case is not having a good defense, which I think they should be punished for. right? Like random matchmaking doesn't play into that, I think. You should just play the game on the emulator. Yeah, I think I should too. And like I said, I wanted to do that after I made enough of these decisions. That way I could see how all of this plays out for myself afterward. Hey, Luculus. Like, I disagree with the whole player shouldn't be punished for random matchmaking. I think if it's purely random, like it's based on skill, but other than that, it's random, and you can only attack the people who attacked you. You can't necessarily choose who you want to attack. Then that's fine. Then statistics should play into everything. I played a game where you'd go into protection and couldn't be attacked after being attacked 3 times for 48 hours. But if you attacked, you left protection. Yeah, and so that's kind of this system here that I was talking about. You have a source and you have a collection system. So at some point, there's just no reason to attack you anymore. So like, let's say your source hits 0 and you get attacked again, and you lose your $20. Then that's it. There's no reason to attack you. You stop showing up. You are essentially protected because you have no bot coin to be stolen. I think you can only attack the same person once every few hours to avoid farming. I'm assuming that though. Yeah, okay. So I think this system would work. There's just, you press the play button, you're presented with someone's defense, and you know that they'll have bot coin to take. And if you beat them, then, and regardless of whether you beat them, you can't end up seeing that person for the next 24 hours or something like that. There is no don't play this person, attack someone else button. And then by attacking someone, they're allowed to retaliate anytime in the next week or so, as long as you have bot coin to be stolen. I think this system would work. So there are a couple of things that I've been saying here. One is that you yourself can't harvest your bot coin until either you've hit like the max limit or you have no more that you can gain. And at that point it would reset and you would start to gain it again. So yeah, there are these two things. I want to ask chat about this. So let's go find this stuff. Yeah. That didn't paste at all. Time, source, collection system. So 100 collection system is it that empty. So at time 1, this is a 90, this is a 10. I'm not sure about others, but I wouldn't want to play a game where I could log in one day to, let's say, 100 bot coin, and the next day log into 50 bot coin. It punishes people for not reacting to their defense, losing immediately. Does it not? May have the wrong end of the stick here. Well, so let me write all this out, and then I can address that. So 80, 20, let's just do this. 4, 5, 70, 60, 50, 30, 40, 50. So at this point, it's full, meaning the owner of this could collect their bot coin if they log it. So now, let's say the defender is attacked. Let's also say that the attacker always takes 100% of the bot coin, or something along those lines. Or let's say the attacker always takes like 50% of the bot coin from the defender, and it gets multiplied by 3. So if the attacker attacks now, the defender is left with 25, and the attacker gets 150. So there's something like that going on. I don't know. And so now we're still at time 5. The source is at 50, and this is at 25. So no longer full, meaning the owner can't collect this. So now we go up to time 6. This goes to 40. This goes to 35. Time 7, time 8. So this goes to 30. This goes to 25, 45, and 50. So full meaning the owner can collect this. And now let's say they're attacked twice more. So now this is going to be empty at the same time. And now time 9 and time 10 and time 11. All right, so this goes up to 10, 20, and 25. But this is empty. Okay. Because the source is empty, the owner, hey Skylu, can collect it. All right, so here's what I'm picturing for all this. So you logged out. You logged out at time 0 when you had no money in your collection system anyway, and this is right when you go to sleep. So let's say, let's close out of all of this stuff. So you log out at time 0 when your collection is at $0 and you go to sleep. You expect to log in the next day and have $50. You instead log in and see 25. You see that you were attacked 3 times and they beat you all 3 times. Can you see devices and IP addresses of those devices through a Linux terminal? Of what devices, SkyBlue? So Thelzy, I think this might make a little more sense, but what this is saying is, like, yeah, random matchmaking put you up against 3 other players and they all beat you. That probably means that your defense is bad. So you log in, you've got 25 Bitcoin, and you're going to spend that on increasing your defense, I guess. Or changing your defense or something. Or maybe just defense is not a great way for you to earn money. I'm not sure. Devices connected to my Wi-Fi are connected to the same network as me. Do you control the router? Because I was going to say that's the really easy way to see what's on the same network. Other than that, yeah, you can. You'll get all broadcast traffic on your network. And you could always install a packet sniffer to see what actually is going through your network. So if you download something like Wireshark, I'll throw this out there. I used to have a completely legal gambling bot that would play dice games for Bitcoin. It would gamble a bit, then double it until I won. Then it would start over so I'd make money. So I'd go to bed and either see an extra $4 or would have so many losses in a row that I would lose everything in the account. Wait, what? So in the system that I'm talking about here, you're not actually losing money that you had. You're losing potential money. So yeah, SkyBlue, if it's your router, you can just log into the router and see everything that's connected to it. Anyway, I don't know how this system would play out. I don't know how much it incentivizes. It's also combined with matchmaking in that you can't choose who you want to play against. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know what this does. Maybe we say like 8 hours or when one of those other conditions is true. think you do need to go play Clash of Clans. In order to attack in Clash of Clans, you need a base. As that base physically creates and hosts soldiers. The bigger the base, the better and more soldiers you have. Yeah, I probably do. So defending isn't something you actively do, it's just a side effect of having a physical location. Yeah, I think it's essentially an Age of Empires when you're playing single player. Then when someone attacks, they tap to send soldiers and it's all automated past that. Wait, what is AoE supposed to mean there? Wait a second, there's a single player in Clash of Clans? This is probably the part that was confusing me then. What is single player for? Because there was not supposed to be a single player in Botland. Maybe that's where this confusion's coming from. There's a single player mode in Clash of Clans apparently that is like AoE. Make a town. Yeah, maybe I should just play the game. The game is essentially single player, but you can raid other people's bases. Wait, but I mean, that sounds like it's kind of how I'm making Botland, though. I guess the way you'd look at that then is that it's always single player. I'm not. In Sky Blue, you'd have to be on the same network as them, or you'd need to be like intercepting traffic somehow. Which, from what I've heard about the cell phone industry, is actually relatively easy to do if you know how it works. Yeah, so okay. In Botland what I was picturing is that the only thing you do in the game is attack other players. There is no like single player mode. But I guess that's just different semantics because you guys are talking about this like how Botland is going to be, I think. Okay, hang on a second. I realized the bed in the background would show up. I guess there's nothing on it. But fine, I'll still. Imagine I have my base as a CPU, town hall, and factories, barracks. I store my Botcoin in caches. When other players attack my kingdom, they can attack those caches and gain money. They do not steal money, though. Yeah, so why do you even care if people raid you? I guess you don't. I guess it's just that that's a consequence of just having the same thing for attack as you have for defense. Yeah, in COC, why do you care if someone successfully raids you? I'm pretty sure I asked you this question already, and I think you probably answered it. A successful attacker gets a percentage of the defender's resources. You said they don't steal money. So I think this is what you gain as an attacker. No, so the reason why I'm not actually playing Clash of Clans right now and why I'm not going to go look at a stream is because when I save off this VOD, I want it to be just a programming, well, not programming, a brainstorming stream, I guess. You have ranking and you can only attack other players near your ranking. Yeah, that's what I would probably do. That's the plan right now. It's not stealing though, it's a copy of the. Okay, got it. Yeah. So as a defender, you don't lose anything then. There's like no reason to have a good defense. You just happen to have a defense as a result of. Okay, I think I'm understanding what you're talking about now. So in COC, you just so happen to have a defense as a result of building up your town / castle. Thus, you can't make a bad defense unless, because it would mean you have a bad offense. Okay, so that's a big difference. All right, sorry about that. Thank you guys for explaining. Players won't stick around in a game where their growth is in an upward line. You lose ranking. Okay, so the only thing you do lose is ranking. Alright. But that's not stolen. It's just a copy. So, okay, the difference, I guess, is in botland, you could make a bad defense. You could just say, I'm going to put down bots that have nothing. Or have things that just make no sense together. Like, I'm going to have reflect and armor and thrusters. I have no weapons on my bot, and that's my defense. And now you're basically telling every other player in the game, like, hey, I have no way of defending myself. So when you join a game and you check out all of my bots, and you're like, wait a second, none of these have any hardware on them. I can just deploy any single bot and I'm going to win this match. Like, that's the problem in botland, I think, is that your defense is something you actually actively set up. And I think it needs to be that way. Because positioning is so important. Maybe it doesn't need to be that way. Yeah, I guess if you had factories all over your CPU and they were just generating bots like that. Those factories have to do something too. Okay. So there's incentive to go for the big fish as you gain more resources out of attacking them. Yeah. I think you should look to add a unique incentive to defending successfully over failing to defend, if that makes sense. Yeah, that could be it. Yeah, I think this is the... So yeah, Defreaky, I'm not really trying to set up two game modes. It's more like you're intentionally setting up a defense, and then once you've done that, like, that's it. You could basically just never touch it again if you don't want to, I guess. But then that can't be the case either. You need to be incentivized to do this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I think there's going to be an issue here, though. Because, yeah, I think the problem is that something needs to make you... Let me close out of this. Where are the questions that I wrote down? What's making me keep my defense up to date? And why do I want to make sure players aren't attacking it? Hey, Malarius. Yeah, essentially. So an incentive to defend could be the defending bots get experience the longer they're alive and defending. Like, they gain veterancy if they've been a part of X number of defense. Yeah, I think progression of bots in that case would be interesting, but that would change all the other systems that I've made right now. Maybe have defense active time where a player must touch the defense to stay active. Defreaky, I'm not sure what you mean there. Maybe have a defense active time where a player must touch the defense to stay active. I mean, is this just like a hey, I'm still alive kind of thing, or is there actually a decision to be made there? Because yeah, I think the issue is that there are two things you're expected to do here. One is have a defense set up, and the other one is attack other people's defenses. And I think that's fine. Yeah, I guess I think of this like this is pretty similar to how King of Thieves has it set up. You set up a defense which has nothing to do with an attack. Like it doesn't help you attack. It's not like producing troops or anything. And your goal is to make it a good defense. And if you don't make it a good defense, all you're doing is losing stuff. There's no incentive for it. So I don't think it's necessary to have. Yeah. So write this down. In a game like King of Thieves, you're only disincentivized to have a bad defense. Your defense does not affect your ability to make attacks, except insofar as it gives you money, and money is needed when attacking. Otherwise, you'll get a bunch of inactive players being attacked. Oh, all right, CFLZ. Well, DeFreaky, no, that wouldn't happen because of this system, this thing that I described up here. So if you're attacked now, your collection will go to 0, meaning you can no longer be attacked. So an inactive player can only be attacked up to like 4 times basically. Then they're just stopped. They don't need to log in or anything. They just won't be considered anymore. Yeah. All right. So the problem is all of this is missing like social features of the game, which I don't know whether I want to think about too much yet, but what social features are in the game? So in Clash of Clans, apparently there's chat and there's guilds, or clans, I guess. In King of Thieves, there were also guilds and there was also chat. And I guess as a guild you progressed. Are you planning on having guilds or clans? Yeah, I don't know. I think it would be needed eventually for the game. I don't know if it would need to launch with that. And also, I don't know if it really is like a difficult thing to design. Like if you have a guild in Botland, what would you call it first of all? A cluster. Yeah. If you have a cluster in Botland, what is it doing for you? Well, you have some shared goal as a clan. And that shared goal is probably attack as many people as you can. Like, I don't know. I don't think there's anything super meaningful you could do there. Maybe you have like a guild defense, and then when you attack another guild, what you're doing is you're attacking their guild's defense, and you're like weakening them over time. But those are all things that I feel, they could fit into this. Oh, botnet, yeah. They could fit into this system. Like I might as well write this here. Social features. I think that if you could have a clan, it may be interesting to have a clan bank and a clan defense. When you attack another clan, I guess this defense has persistent life across attempts. But that's not interesting, I guess. So your goal is to weaken it every time you fight it, not necessarily win. Or I guess the CPU just has a persistent life. This would incentivize ignoring bots entirely. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Just have guild rankings. Yeah, and that's why I think like it doesn't matter so much. Or at least I don't think this needs to be baked in from the beginning. It would be good to know, but if the code is flexible enough to allow me to have like another layer of defenses or something, then I think it should be fine. Okay, so where am I leaving off with this stuff? I don't know if this system is good. I guess we still have to answer those questions. So what do you spend money on? What's the cost to play? Enumerate all of these things. What is the cost to attack? What do you win by attacking? Do you get anything by defending successfully? What do you lose by failing to defend? Answer the question of the design. So yeah, flesh out the design some more. Then actually play some of these games tomorrow. I think that's what we'll end up doing. And then plan the prototype. Yeah, okay. So this is what we'll do tomorrow then. I think today that's about it. I don't know how long I've been online for, but yeah, 7.5 hours. Yeah, so like I said, I think that's it. All right, yeah. So I'm going to get going. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm going to host Atralig. I just found out he is a streamer as of today. So let's go with him. And yeah. All right, take care. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.